What's going on, everybody? I hope every one of you is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Friday, February 14th, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Sumuru City. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to my senses. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know. Don't particularly care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer. Trapped in a cyberbrain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and whenever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. You better bounce in that seat like you mean it. What do you mean seat? Why are people assuming I'm in a seat? Is that just how most people stream? Yeah, chat, this is a very... it should anti-corporatist. This is a very special stream, okay? Because some of you might realize that I'm not on an exercise ball. I'm not on a chair. I'm on a trampoline. You like my jacket? Thank you. I like it too. It's very warm. Bounce on that cloud. You know it, Ozymandias. You know it. I don't know, this is kind of old school for me, right? If any of you are around from the old days, right? Me bouncing on a trampoline was just part of my stream back in the day. You love the butterfly? Thank you, Turtle Tech. But yeah, it looks like TYT is making more news this time. Not so much for what they've said recently, although I've got a little bit of that, and it's not great. It's really not great. But something that they said in the past that's now coming back to bite them in the ass, as the Vanguard have dug up an old clip of what Anna had to say about Project 2025, which was like, don't worry about it. It'll be okay. Nothing ever happens. And it's like, well, you know, until it does. That's right. That's how history works. Nothing ever happens until it does. And it did. And I am just going through the cycle of getting really scared about staying here, trying to make plans to leave, finding that I don't have the funds that I need to make it happen, and then telling myself, it's all right, you can stay and like try to save up some money. But I don't know. I had a friend of mine that I just made contact with after a number of years of not really texting each other. And he's actually thinking the same thing as me. Move to a country with a very low cost of living. Could work. Could keep me safe. I don't know. To go where exactly? I haven't decided yet, Steven Sayers. I haven't entirely decided. I do really like I do Muay Thai though. So part of me was thinking Thailand. That's what he was talking about. Like he's intent to go to Thailand. Probably because he's, I don't know. I should ask him if he's still a martial arts head like he used to be. But yeah, chat. We are so back in so many different ways, right? I got the trampoline out again, so I could get a little exercise while I'm doing my stream. I also fixed my hair wand. I don't know, chat. When I say wand, nobody's going to take that the wrong way, right? I'm talking about a hair wand. A hair wand, yeah. Like it's like a hair dryer, except it's like a wand that has a brush on it that you pull through your hair. And that is how I do my hair. And for the longest time, I was using this just piece of garbage hair wand it's such a bad product that it like melted. You know what I mean? It's supposed to be for drying your hair. So it's supposed to get really hot, but somehow they designed it so that it can melt. And that's not good. But I found my old one, and the only thing that was wrong with it is it had busted so that you couldn't attach it. You couldn't get it to stay attached. Like the plastic thing was broken. And I just super glued the sucker on. And so now it works again, and you can tell the difference, can't you? It's weird. It's weird. You know, I feel like if I look back at my VODs, which you can do if you're a member, yeah, you got some access to some very early VODs. I don't know. Sometimes I wonder, chat, would a new viewer even be able to make sense of the history of my channel, right? It's like I've been through so much stuff. But anyway, we got TYT today. We're gonna check in on TYT. We're gonna check in on Sam and Emma. There's a little something happened the other day. Like I said, the Vanguard dug up a video of Anna Kasparian gaslighting her community that Trump maybe has nothing to do with Project 2025 and a religion made of two fantasies. Hey, I'm living one of those fantasies, Iraq. Can you guess which one? Can you guess which one? It's not a fantasy for me. I turn those kyber crystals red. That's right. That's right. That's right. I turn them red with hate. No, God, I just can't get enough of this this trampoline though. It's a really good thing. I don't know. I doubt. There's no way, chat. I did not invent streaming on a trampoline, right? There's probably somebody that thought of it first. Probably somebody with much bigger, somebody much better endowed than myself that thought of bouncing on a trampoline before I did. But I don't know. I didn't steal it from anyone. But yeah, the Vanguard found the video. Matt Lesh happened to be, I think, in the Vanguard's channel and saw what they were cooking and decided that he would like to bring a portion back to Majority Report. And so now we got Sam and Emma commenting on Anna's, like, just inexplainable takes. Like, it's so clear. It's so clear what she's doing, at least to me, right? And if she wants to talk about... Oh, yeah, what is the... Yeah, like, Kamala pays the Majority Report to do subliminal ads. You know what I'm saying? Sam and Emma stay in the studio late at night and they backmask their vocals like Led Zeppelin, right? And if you run it backwards, it's all like, vote for Kamala, praise Satan, hail Baphomet, right? It's all this satanic, Democratic party kind of stuff that is if you actually listen to it backwards, it's like some straight up what is it called, that show with the Twin Peaks, yeah. That's what it's called. But yeah, chat, we're back in so many different ways. My hair is back to like what like it looked like shit. I can't believe I let it go for this long. I was just like, no, like I was, oh my god, chat. I was that dog sitting in the house and saying, this is fine, while the whole house was burning down, and I gotta just get out of the house. I gotta, you shouldn't sit and suffer with an inferior hairstyling product when you've got a perfectly good one that you just need to super glue together. And then, indeed, that's all I needed. What's up, Awesome Opossum? A fantasy for thee? Yeah, no, like, I mean, what? Somebody said, vegan or Sith. There's like two fantasy lifestyles or something, and I was like, one of those is very real for me. We've also got maybe an update on the Ethan accusation at Hassan Piker. The accusation of Hassan Piker exploiting maybe undocumented labor. I don't know if we're ready to go forward with it today. I kind of want to look a little bit more and just make sure that I got all my I's dotted and my T's crossed. But it looks like we might have an answer for you for who was the person that Ethan ran into in Hassan's house that he assumed was a... You knew I was a Sith. Yeah, that's right. Although, I don't know, has anybody seen The Acolyte? Any Acolyte viewers in here? Superglue your hair? My hair wand. Supergluing my hair would be a disaster. I would have to just cut it off. I don't know. It'd be so bad. It would be so bad. Gorilla mindset, gorilla glue hair. Let's go, baby. Wait, what? I mean, I know about gorilla mindset. Gorilla mindset. That's the. Isn't that the Mike Cernovich book? Been meaning to watch The Acolyte. I heard it was really good. I haven't seen it. I've seen reviews of it. I'm not sure. I guess I shouldn't judge. Should I? I shouldn't judge. I can't judge it from a review. But they do like play around with the morality around the Jedi and the Sith. They do a little bit more gray area exploration, and some people don't like that about it. I'm not sure. I don't want, like I said, I don't want to make a judgment just just repeating somebody else's review of it. But is that weird of me, chat, to watch reviews before I watch a show, especially if it's a show on a streaming service, right? Because that either means that I gotta put down money to pay for a streaming service, or I gotta find somebody who's got that streaming service and make them watch it with me. Poor woman that got gorilla glued on what? Wait, what? When did this happen, BKK? That sounds vaguely familiar. I bet Siths don't take that Sithing down. I mean, I'm not Sithing down, so I must be vegan Sith over here. I'm vegan Sith over here. I'm walking. I don't know. Star Wars fandom is extremely toxic, so I'm not surprised they didn't like it. Yeah, I can. That's the other thing, Will. I can never tell what is a legitimate criticism of a Star Wars product and what is a reactionary response to the perception of, the Force, that the Force is woke. That's what they think. They think that the Star Wars is Disney trying to shove wokeness down your throat. You do that all the time. Yeah, streaming service is so expensive. What's up, Afroponics? Mozart says, I thought Acolyte was one of the better Star Wars shows. Andor is the best. I've heard that it's really good. But yeah, it's all on Disney Plus, right? Damn. The Acolyte Jedi show. A few years back, yeah, I vaguely remember this. We're talking about the Gorilla Glue. An IG plastic surgeon fixed her scalp. But wait, what was the story behind how the Gorilla Glue got into her hair? The Force Awakens. Yeah, it keeps awakening. Will says, there are other ways. There are other ways. Evil ways, perhaps? Evil ways to get the Acolyte? And the weird thing about watching, because the reason I was watching a review of it is I just really wanted to see, like, Abigail Thorne, if you don't, oh, speaking of which, I should have put this on the, oh no, chat, I should have put this on the vote, on the bonus content vote. There's a new Philosophy 2 video. I totally forgot about this. It's about whether or not Nietzsche is woke. She was trying to glue her wig on, I think. Okay, I mean, yeah. I don't have that much. Like, I did a little bit of cosplay, but then I did some on stream, and I feel like, because I was like, cosplay as a tag, because I just like to dress up. It's fun. I got serious cosplayers in my chat, and they were very unforgiving. Like, everything's got to be on point for cosplay people. They're very serious about their craft. Good evening to you as well, Waldschmidt. I'm not sure if you pronounce the V as a W or a W, or if it's just a single W, but yeah, I vaguely remember this advisory. Did TYT cover this? The Force's neighbor has a loud dog that keeps him awoken, just like me. Although, chat, I've got a Sith white noise generator. So I don't get bothered by dogs in the middle of the night. But yeah, I don't know, the new Philosophy Tube, it's been a while. And one that's actually about philosophy. That's kind of, I appreciate that. Wait, which one? So Waldschmidt is correct, or? I did pronounce it both ways, just to make sure that I got it right at one point. You're loving this music? Yeah, I've got to play this game. I downloaded this game. I always mean to, like, I don't know, chat. Is that Palpatine breathing? Wait, what? Am I breathing hard into the mic because I'm jumping? Only get bothered by hogs when I sleep. Hogs are scary. Christy Gnome doesn't get bothered by dogs anymore either. That's true. She's got a good way to keep the dogs quiet. Keep them nice and quiet all through the night. Your Sith white noise machine is, oh, is it just Palpatine breathing? Yeah. No, I say it's a Sith noise machine, a Sith white noise machine, because am I on a trampoline? Yes, Belle, I am. I say it's a Sith white noise machine because it was given to me by a Republican. By a spunky, blonde Republican from New Hampshire. Who I, was fortunate enough to have roomed with. And she was really nice to me. She was a really nice person. Wait, chat, she's my Jeff. You know how Anna has that Jeff guy that, like, I thought MAGA people, like, breathed fire and ate babies. And then one day I was trying to carry my bike upstairs and this guy's like, you want me to help you with that? And I was like, sure, thanks. And it turns out his name was Jeff and he was into MAGA. And I realized MAGA guys sometimes help you up with the stairs with your bike. But yeah, my Jeff was just my college roommate. And, everything was kind of chill for the most part. We were both into working out. Until we talked about politics. And every time we talked about politics, she'd be like, I just think that people should give Trump a chance. People are just like, you'd be surprised. Maybe it'll be really good. Maybe you'll really like the Trump administration. I was like, I am. There are several reasons why I know this not to be true. But when I talked to her more, I found out that her dad was actually like a Republican Party official. So, she didn't really know anything about the politics. She was just kind of like, well, this is what my family says Trump is good. But yeah, she was really nice. When she got a new white noise machine, she gave me her old one, and I have kept it. It's been so like it's my most prized possession. I love being able to cancel out noise. So much racism towards Elon Musk and Trump. Wait, Tim Doe, where? We do, probably tomorrow, need to talk about specifically what looks to me like a Saturday Night Massacre, except it didn't happen on Saturday night, and Trump fired a whole bunch more people than Nixon did. If you don't know, the Saturday Night Massacre was when the Watergate scandal back in the day got really serious. And it was because of the order to fire Archibald Cox, the special prosecutor, right? Which was given to first one, then another officials in the Justice Department, these people who promptly refused and were fired, right? And in this case, we've got, I think, is it 7 or is it 8? There are a lot of people that have resigned from the Trump Justice Department over the order that he's given. And it has to do with Mayor Eric Adams. So if you missed it, Eric Adams has been saying some nice things about Trump. Trump has implied that maybe Eric Adams's prosecution is political in nature and therefore not valid. And at some point, I think Eric Adams requested a pre-trial pardon from Trump. This is apparently going forward. This is apparently something that Trump wants to do, but on the most particular of conditions, right? And these conditions are that they have to do with his anti-immigration stuff. Yeah, I meant to do subscriber-only chat mode. I don't know, should I not? I'd been doing that because of the, we're starting to get the wrong crowd in here with the Destiny and the Ethan content. Maybe it won't be as much of a deal on, it won't be as big of a deal when we're covering TYT. I don't know, though. The TYT fans do get salty. They do get salty. I feel like we got a live one in Twitch chat today. That's pretty interesting. Anna Kasparian, she doesn't like the blacks, but... Oh, he doesn't like the blacks. What, Jeff? He helped me fix my couch. No. This is why so many established Democrats wanted to run for president. Yeah, Eric Adams is indeed a despicable, crooked cop. But here's the big part about it. Here's the part that's like grossest of all right? If you read... So... the explanation for why Trump wants the charges dropped on Eric Adams, it's because this man is instrumental in carrying out the immigration sweeps. This man is crucial. Like, I need this man to be unperturbed by the machinations of justice, despite the fact that he looks guilty as fuck. He is corrupt as fuck, right? But yeah, the Trump administration is saying we need this man for immigration. And the type of there's a legal term called prejudice. It doesn't mean what Tim Doe is talking about the massive amounts of prejudice that white men like Donald Trump and Elon Musk face in this country. It's not that kind of prejudice. It's a legalistic term. And basically, when you say the charge is dismissed without prejudice, that means the charge is dismissed in a way where if we ever wanted to, for whatever reason, we could bring them back. So what that looks like to me, and tell me if you agree, is Trump corruptly taking over the mayorship of New York City. This guy has got a sword of Damocles hanging over his head because Trump can, if he does anything to displease Trump, those charges can be brought back. I mean, this is blatant and utter corruption. It's the same shit that Trump says that he's trying to fight with Doge. What is it, like abuse, waste, and corruption? But he's the one doing it. But yeah, we got to talk about that, because I think, look, if that stuff doesn't blow up, then this country is fucking cooked. This country is cooked so hard. Like this is like, I calculated it, what, 3.5 times worse than Nixon. Yeah, it's quid pro quo. There's no denying what it is. You're right, Firebird. Adams is 100% guilty. Prejudice against bigots is just matching energy. That's right. I know. I feel so bad for the white men out there, Manic Mermaid. They really have it tough in this society. Corrupt gang, Trump, Elon, and Adams is a flock of the same feathers. All three are a bunch of criminals who deserve to rot in jail. Yeah, and his primary is in June. But yeah, essentially, if he's allowed, if his charges are dismissed, I mean, you're talking about Trump running NYC. You gotta, if his charges get dismissed, and he goes and continues to work as mayor, it's not him acting as mayor, it's Trump. So yeah, we're definitely gonna have to talk about that. But tonight, I've started so late, and it's getting late. So I better cover this Jink and Anna thing. Trump and Musk fans are just sad, and then winning them doesn't bring them happiness. Oh yeah, them winning doesn't. Yeah, they want to hurt people. They thought it would, so they're even more bitter and unhappy. They got a hole in their soul, Ophelia. You're exactly right. They just show up in chats being bitter and salty. Yeah, did he claim this, or did Trump claim this, Will, that the only reason for the corruption trial was his anti-immigrant remarks in the past? Ooh, is there more to it? Trump needs Adams to sign off on a tax thing. The interest rate on certain law basically used by the rich. So look, we're looking for Kathy Hochul, okay? For the other New Yorkers in the chat, we're looking for Kathy Hochul to do the right thing for once. Kathy Hochul has the power to take out the New York mayor. But will she do it? I don't know. She gave a very non-committal answer when asked about that, let's just say. It does sound like a Trump style yeah, it does sound like he was cribbing off of Trump's homework on that one. Yeah, does he have carte blanche now? Well, okay, we'll have to update that story. But I think they did find somebody, right? So the first person to refuse to carry out Trump's illegal order said that, you're going to have to find somebody else to do this. who's going to either be a coward or a fool, or both. And it looks like they might have found their coward or fool. But I'm not entirely sure. That's just the last I heard. Dismissal with prejudice means they can't charge him. Yeah, if they dismissed it with prejudice, they couldn't charge him again. But since they did it the other way, since they dismissed without prejudice, that means they can bring the charges back. But they would do this if Adams didn't do what they wanted. They've got him over a barrel. They control this guy. Not holding my breath. I know, Hochul sucks. Yeah, I mean, she's a little bit more proactive than we've seen in the past. Let's just say that, right? Hochul, there's not a lot of courage in the Democratic Party. Whether it's Hakeem Jeffries or Chuck Schumer. Chuck Schumer, what is up with Chuck Schumer? Like, Chuck Schumer is funny in a sad way. In a sad way. All this Trump and Elon corruption is pushing all our trade partners to China. Yeah, I can't imagine, like, if China were able to get, somebody in the presidency that could do that could benefit them the most, they'd be doing this stuff. None of this is beneficial to the United States. All of it is stuff that China can and will take advantage of. Like, it's the classic do nothing. Step 1, do nothing. Step 2, win. Twitch chat is funny tonight. Yeah, for sure. It's popping. This week had a recent article in which many centrists are waiting to move more right. Most of the centrists don't remember how bad Trump term. Wait, most centrists are wanting to move more right. Well, the one thing that could get in the way of, like, they got Trump dead to rights on this attorneys thing. This looks really bad. The one thing that could keep it from being bad is the way that information flows in the society, or the way that information does not flow in the society, who controls the platforms and what their allegiance is. Because this is a really bad, this is a, look, I mean, Trump's always been corrupt ever since he walked down that, well, no, before that, he's always been corrupt. There we go. He's a corrupt guy. It's in his blood. It is like father, like son. But for some reason, there's just not been a good enough example of his corruption that becomes a story that sticks. And I'm thinking this might actually be the one. I don't know. It should be the one. Yeah, I can't tell what's trolling and what's serious anymore in Twitch chat. It's completely... But I can tell you one thing that is serious, and that is the bonus goal. I seriously will stay up a little late with you and cover another topic if we hit the bonus goal. That might take some doing, though. So as you can see, we're at... Oh no, I didn't change this from the last time, did I? As you can see, that's wrong. Let me fix it. That should be 0. That should be... There it is. The dono goal. It's at 0% right now. If it somehow finds its way to 100% by the end of the stream, I'll stay up a little later and I'll cover one extra topic in addition to this TYT tent that we're going to go over right now. So yeah, when does it go up? It goes up whenever somebody does a super chat, a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift memberships to other people, if you support me on Throne, or if you sign up for my Patreon. It also works if you support me on Twitch, which is a great and beautiful and wondrous thing, because guys like this guy here, Ethan Klein, have done everything they can to make it impossible for political streamers to survive on Twitch. The only way that I get paid at all is when you support me through getting yourself a sub, which gives you access to lots of emotes. Let me show you. Do you want to see the emotes? I'll give you just a little example. Wait, is that gonna do? That'll be like a little example, won't it? Okay, that's too little. Let's switch back to this one. Like, look at that. It gives you emotes, right? Red Bull gives you wings. A sub on Twitch gives you let's try that again. Yeah, there we go. It gives you emotes. All kinds of emotes. Yeah, Columbia Rican Dragon, that's yeah, whichever yeah, whichever chat is more comfortable for you. I aim to please, so I'm on both platforms. But yeah, we'll see what we got. We'll see what we get up to tonight. Anyway, the way how do we decide what bonus content we get, right? You know, I've told you how we decide if we get bonus content or not, and it's the dono goal. How we decide what content we get is, well, first of all, you get to vote. You get to vote on YouTube. 61 of you have so far. And right now, North Star new H3 video, North Star Radio has put out a new video on Ethan H3. That's at 48% in first place. The Zizians, or the Zizians, I think that it's Zizians, the vegan Sith cult, is at 20% in second place. And Ryan Beard's Nuke on Destiny and the new What If Alt Hist video essay are tied for fourth at 16%. So vote if you haven't already. If you're on Twitch, you can feel free to come over to YouTube and make your voice heard. Just make sure to leave me a like while you're there, because it helps me out a lot and I appreciate it greatly. And the other thing that you can do is when you donate, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics, yes, these ones right here, which of these topics right here, which of these topics appeal to you, which of these topics bring you joy, which of these topics do you want to see as your bonus content? And I will be happy to put your money where your mouth is. Adding your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. And again, that goes for super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships on YouTube. That goes for Throne. Oh yeah, speaking of which, I do need to, I am seriously considering putting the putting a video camera on Throne as well. Although I don't know, chat. I really like I was saying, oh my god, I'm losing it. I'm doing the ADHD thing. Thank you, Columbia, for the bits on Twitch. Imagine being on Twitch raging at lefties and trans people on Valentine's Day. That sounds not fun. We're definitely bouncing today. Yo. Do. But yeah, I was talking to an old friend who happens to be trying to move to Thailand right now. And he's trying to convince me that I need to get out of here, that it's not safe, especially for someone such as myself to be in the United States of America. And I don't know, he's pretty convincing. So I don't know, chat. I just don't know how to hurry up the process. Like, right, money is basically the sticking point right now. So I'm trying to figure out if there's a way to just kind of get past that. Anyway, we got to get into this content today, right? Fuck the bonus content, right? We're gonna we need to do our regular content. It's about time. Gotta find majority reports. Whoopsie. And like I said, this is a collaborative effort. Is it oopsie or whoopsie? Whoopsie? Whoopsie! So yeah, like I said, Zach and Gavin from the Vanguard seem to have found the old video and then compared it to, and then found a new video where you know, Anna is talking about, okay, I got 2025 wrong, so and took Anna to task over that. Majority Report found it, I think, from the, I'm guessing, from the Vanguard. And I just wanted to watch Majority Report's response to this with you. We'll try to go back and find some of this Anna Kasparian stuff too and watch the original, because that's the one thing I have is it's more like hoopsie, hoopsie. I wish I could speak German enough to know what they're saying, but they're talking about the hoopsie like popping up in the jar. Toasty? Oh my god. Toast is good. I did see something from the White House government about ADHD, but I didn't get a chance to read it in depth. Damn. I thought their names were Silly and Billy. I feel betrayed. I mean, like, look, not all heroes wear, not all heroes wear capes, okay? We gotta keep their identity a secret. But yeah, I wanted to give this a watch, this new Majority Report. In fact, wait a minute. Maybe it's better to just... Should we just find the fun half for this one? I feel like that's a better... Because there might be a little bit more to this. I'm not sure. I don't know why that always reminds me of... You know that song from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure where they're like in and around the lake? It's a weird... I have weird musical associations, chat. If a melody reminds me of another melody, even if only in passing, I will associate the two. And then, okay. Transcript. It's like somewhere around here.
What Democratic leadership should be doing. Yes. But Bernie Sanders has to step up here. And he does, always.
I mean, this is important. This is it could have been said in a less defeatist tone, but as Hakeem Jeffrey said, they have no leverage. But the next thing is not. So what do we, can't do anything. No, you can do stuff. You can make the loss that we are going to take, the loss of, cancer funding, the loss of help with heating or electricity or food.
God, this is what pisses me off, is this is all like very real stuff. It's just stuff that's going to impact me. It's going to impact a lot of people that I know. I don't know, chat. The stuff that they're talking about for the budget is downright ghoulish. Hey, how many of you in chat have student loans that you're paying off? How does paying an extra $200 every month sound? Because they're trying to fill the giant hole that's going to be left in the budget by their tax cuts for billionaires. And they're looking, yes, to raise your student loan fees.
Or healthcare, or the loss of jobs, or the loss of job security. I mean, on and on. All of these things that the American public is losing. You can be out there finding different ways of making sure
also,
the public knows who's to blame for this. And it's not just Elon Musk.
Columbia Rican, thank you for the 500 bits. Okay, and put everything you said under... North Star. Gotcha.
It's the Republican Party. It's everybody that you're going to be running against.
Yep.
And I don't know why they can't seem to figure that out. Meanwhile, and I should also say, too, that Sanders' point is a pretty straightforward one. The reason why you destroy government is because government ultimately functions, and sometimes it can do a better job or a worse job, ultimately functions to curb corporate power, to curb the power of the wealthy and the elite. Now, our government has failed in a way that has made a lot of people out there sort of nihilistic and thinking the only way to curb the power of billionaires is to have other billionaires. But every agency that they're going after, in one form or another, inhibits the power of corporations.
Yep.
The reason why they...
So I was thinking about this earlier, like, right, if you want to reduce, like simple, blockbuster movie morality down to its lowest common denominator, usually there's somebody trying to be free and there's somebody else going after them. And I mean, in some ways, the movie morality, like, I would be a little happy if we would apply a little bit of just simple movie morality, who the good guys and the bad guys are, to our politics. That being said, there's a way that this can get twisted, right? Because I mean, like, we know what freedom is. It's like having enough in our lives, being able to take care of ourselves, not, being, the opposite of freedom is kind of like work. Not that we hate working when we're doing something that we feel passionate about, but work, as in the place, is the place where you are not free, is the place where you gotta do what is commanded, right? But to these rich fuckers, their idea of freedom is making it easier for them. Their idea of freedom is control. It's the opposite of freedom. It's a freedom that doesn't respect other people.
Fire the inspector generals of all these agencies is the people who are out there looking for fraud and waste in these agencies is because they're going in and they're destroying these agencies. They're not cutting out fraud. They're not cutting out waste. They're not doing an audit. They're trying to break these agencies.
Right. That and Musk in particular is doing a step further, where Project 2025 and yes, like what the tech oligarchs want, they're working hand in hand. Musk is also rifling through the treasury, stealing people's personal information and looking at it as he does a deal with Visa to make X into a bank or a transaction service like Venmo. So he's both, destroying government to help the billionaires, and then in the process stealing from us for his own ends.
And understand when Musk essentially shuts down the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, one of the functions that the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau does, and this was an agency that got built in the wake of the financial crisis in 2008, because under the Clinton years, the relationship between investment banks and commercial banks was no longer a firewall there. We had Glass-Steagall back from the Depression days. That was basically to protect. I was saying, like, if you guys want to gamble with people's money, you can gamble with people's money, but you cannot use vanilla banking money to gamble with, because that's when it becomes systemically problematic. And one of the things that Elon Musk will gain by destroying the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is there will not be any cops on the beat.
So we're going to watch Anna Kasparian later, and we're going to see how she makes an argument, like the way that she gaslights her audience, you know, is with a narrative, right? This narrative says that there are different kinds of Republicans. If you haven't noticed, then it's because you're max left. And you know, you refuse to take the win when you can find, you know, that you might agree with these you know, one faction or more of the ascendant Republican Party. But yeah, her contention is that, look, you got the old school Republicans, okay, and then you got the MAGA Republicans, and ne'er the twain shall meet. Don't you dare confuse them, because they're totally different. They've got different agendas. They've got different things in mind, right? And the MAGA Republicans, maybe we can work with them on some things. Maybe we can get them to agree with us. Maybe some of their, you know, takes on things like trans rights aren't all that wrong at all. Maybe we could find some common ground there between one birthing person to the other, right? And it's like this is cope. This is cope. So what she's saying is the 2025 was written by the Heritage Foundation. In her mind, she classifies that as not being MAGA, but as being neocon. And so therefore, the real MAGA Republicans, the real Trump part of the party, which, you know, the Cenk would call the populist right, does not want anything to do with Project 2025. And if they knew that it was coming, they would fight it. So, you know, you can't accuse Trump of doing something just because one faction that's vying for his ear and that's supporting him is in favor of it. Because for all we know, maybe Trump is more aligned with the MAGA side of the party, and that side is going to keep Trump honest. That is a horrible bet to make, I gotta say. That is horrible political analysis. It's just masquerading as, I don't know, as heterodox thinking, let's just say.
To say, hey, wait a second. These services you want to provide through your website are banking services. If you're going to provide banking services, you're going to be subject to the banking regulations that protect the people who use your banking services. Now, he doesn't want that, because that requires having capital requirements. That requires having people make sure that your systems are secure. That requires all sorts of regulation to protect consumers that he's not interested in, because that cuts his costs.
Yep.
And then you see the flunkies and the idiots and the morons come out to defend him. Here is Dave Rubin sitting at a set wearing a nice suit purchased with probably the millions of dollars he received, supposedly unwittingly, from Russia.
Edward Gregorian.
Fake Edward Gregorian. Even Milo Yiannopoulos was laughing about this guy, and also blowing the whistle on the right-wingers who get funded by billionaires to buy views and then fake it till they make it, as he said. But leaving that aside, here's Dave Rubin showing that he's just a shill.
Okay, so this is the Dave Rubin segment. Here we go.
Credit where credit's due. That's what this
segment's about.
This segment's about. As you know, we have been talking about Project 2025 for, I don't know, probably a year at this point. And it has been accelerated by the entry in whatever it was, June or July or August, of the crypto tech bros, Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, Andreessen et al., who also had a similarly aligned incentive structure to attack the federal government. Look,
did Milo do a friendly fire on Tim Pool? Yeah. Well, he didn't mean to. Right? He forgot that, or like, actually, it's hard to tell. With Milo, it's hard to tell. Because I wouldn't put it past Milo to do something on purpose to fuck with Tim Pool, but pretend it was an accident. But basically, yeah, he comes on Tim Pool's show. He starts talking about the tenant media stuff, pretending, or maybe he really didn't know, that Tim Pool was involved in that. Tim Pool gets super defensive. Super defensive.
Steve Bannon said this in 2017 at CPAC, maybe in February of 2017. Our agenda is to destroy the administrative state. Republicans have always done that. You can go back to, what's that, Rick Perry Ding Dong. I'm going to get rid of 3 government agencies. And he couldn't remember which one it was, but it was so part of the Republican ideology. And at the end of the first Trump administration, Russell Vought, as OMB director, had essentially hatched this plot, which they weren't able to basically put into place, but to get rid of civil servants, career people working at agencies with political appointees. Schedule F was the categorization of these workers.
And then Biden rescinded that, and then Trump, I think, now has put it back in place, right, upon coming back into office.
Yes. And this has been out there.
Vought talked about traumatizing federal workers.
And Vought worked for an outfit. He was doing this in conjunction with the Heritage Society, but he was
Heritage Foundation.
Heritage Foundation.
His think tank was called the Center for Renewing America.
Center for Renewing America. That was basically the Trump administration in exile. All right. So here is a clip from the Vanguard about people who were in Project 2025 denial.
So if you just type in TYT Project 2025, beautifully, the first search result, Trump's plan is not Project 2025. Who could believe it? That's crazy. Let's take a quick look and see exactly, what Anna had to say in this clip. Then we're going to take a look at one more.
So I totally believe this reporting. I think this is actually accurate reporting. And if reporters didn't just serve as stenographers for the Democratic Party, they would have maybe found out there's a different think tank that literally has the same slogan as Donald Trump.
I love the idea that the media is tilted towards the Democratic Party. Now, look, I got no love for the third way Democrats that have been ascendant in the party ever since Bill Clinton. I've got no love for that shit. But if you want to tell me that its shit is weighted towards the Democrats, yo, Narwhal by Nature, thank you for the 2 community subs gifted to wait, does it say? De Goat Fitz, and to Saint Vitus 86. You two just got weaseled, and that is a good thing. Thank you, Narwhal.
Trump, and they might have reported on that ahead of time instead, but they didn't. Go ahead.
No, she's so smart. The rest of us are just left in the dust. The rest of us are just years behind. Like, right? We just don't get it. Anna's smart though, because she's a heterodox thinker. Like we see right wing shit, and we're like, whoa, that's scary. I don't want to know anymore. But Anna just gets curious, and she looks into it and says, oh, maybe the right wingers have a point here. Oh.
And his top staffers were connected to it, including Kellyanne.
So this video is about how there's another plan that's, way less concerning than Project 2025. That, all these liberals in mainstream media and all these Democrats, they're freaking out and they want to fear monger about Project 2025. But in reality, there's this other one that like Kellyanne Conway is behind or something. And it's way less.
And I don't remember. Was this the Agenda 47? Is that what they're talking about here?
Scary. It's way less scary. Actually, if Trump gets into power, it might not even be that dramatic at all. It's probably just going to be like any other Republican administration, right?
Yeah, I remember we reacted to this at the same time. And to Cenk's credit, this was before he had gone so soft on MAGA. He's actually pushing back on her from what I remember in this clip.
No, he's not.
No?
This one, he's not. There
was another video that was like this is a video from 3 months ago, probably around the election. There's another video about Project 2025 from the Young Turks from 7 months ago. Maybe that's the one that.
there were other ones.
Yeah, so like Zach thinks that maybe. Wait, no, who was it that thought that maybe Cenk was
scary? Actually, if Trump gets into power, it might not even be that dramatic at all. It's probably just going to be like any other Republican administration, right?
Yeah, I remember we reacted to this at the same time. And to Cenk's credit, this was before he had gone so soft on MAGA. He's actually pushing back on her from what I remember in this clip.
No, he's not.
No?
So yeah, not in this one apparently, but there may be another clip where I'm sure that Zach's remembering that from somewhere. Buffy Geek, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Biceps and Bikinis, you just got weaseled. Pinkerbell, you just got weaseled. Salmon, you just got weaseled. And Demise, you just got weaseled. And Grasshopper, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing.
This one, he's not. There were other ones where he did. And this one, no, he goes on to say, yep, this is the real.
She gives fascist Dommy Mommy, who does Anna?
Plan. I think we can.
Is that the appeal?
Watch him say that right here.
Conway, etc. So these guys are definitely in charge. And one of the Trump staffers on his campaign team said they're not the transition team, but they kind of are. They said, he said, in effect, they are. They've got, because we didn't have time to plan it. And here's a hilarious part of the story before I get to the worst part of the story. They said Trump is superstitious, so he didn't want to talk about a transition team at all before he won, which then greatly delays them.
Either way, that's the main part of that one.
First off, I mean, I didn't know, we hadn't played that last part. Any, 5 minutes worth of reporting beforehand knew that Russell Vogt and the Heritage Foundation was literally building a dossier. I mean, we saw ads. They were literally like the Coalition Provisional Authority going into Iraq. They saw ads of them saying come in and apply. We need to check all your social media to make sure that you are a loyalist. We're putting you in a file. We'll contact you after. The idea that
in October, right? ProPublica released a video, and the quote was, "We want the bureaucrats to be traumatically affected when they wake up in the morning." When we
yeah, remember we covered this. We covered this ProPublica release.
We want them to not want to go to work because they are increasingly viewed as the villains. We want their funding to be shut down. We want to put.
Okay, so no, I want to show you one little silver lining. Okay, I'm not gonna lie and tell you that there are not dark storm clouds gathering. I'm not gonna lie and tell you I'm not afraid for my own life in this country at the moment. But we do. The one little silver lining here is what they want is for career civil servants to be portrayed as the enemy. I don't think that's what's happening. All right? Like, I mean, maybe in some quarters, maybe you know, for MAGA, it's like this, right? But just as much as we're seeing, you know, their narrative portraying career civil servants as the enemy, we are also seeing a counter narrative, seeing Elon, I almost said Elon Klein. What is wrong with me, chat? Ethan Klein. Seeing Ethan Klein as an unelected dictator, emphasis on the word dick. We'll get to that. We'll get to that later. All right. He got called a dick in Congress, apparently. Some Dems are not afraid to go low. And we love to see that. We love to see that. Depths, thank you for sponsoring the stream.
Them in trauma. So that, in conjunction with the fact that Vote had previously worked in the Trump administration, and that Project 2025 was authored by over 100 people who had previously worked in the Trump administration, should probably give you an indication that they were very serious about implementing this. And then remember Matt Walsh, MAGA troll, after the election? We don't need to pull it up. People can find it. But he said, like, ha, oh, here it is. Thank you, Bradley. Quick on the trigger here. Now that
Sam is stunlocked. Do you see that?
the election is over,
Is he like reading something?
we can finally say that, yeah, actually Project 2025 is the agenda.
Of course it
LOL.
is.
Because we know that that's how Republicans operate. They
So the clue, the secret about Project 2025 is that it's not about, you know, just Christian nationalists. It's not about neocons, and it's not just about MAGA. That's the one thing that they all agree on, right? That's the first step. They want to kill the government's ability to provide anything for people, right? This is a dream that they've had, like Sam said, since going back to Rick Perry, from the governor of Texas, you know, saying he wanted to, you know, when they talk about getting rid of departments and stuff like that, this is their dream. This is their dream going back to Reagan. This is Grover Norquist, who wants to a government that's so small that he can drown it in the bathtub. And this is ultimately Elon Musk trying to achieve this dream of being more powerful and more influential with his money, with his billions, maybe soon to be trillions, than a government. And there already are examples of this. Like you can find, you know, billionaires that are literally more powerful than certain countries. Their ultimate goal, though, is to be more powerful than any of the countries and to be able to do their agenda, right? And it diverts from there, right? The Christian nationalists, they have, you know, one set of priorities. The neocons, you know, are happy with Trump for his desire for Lebensraum, for conquest, for the United States to go back on the offensive and start, you know, acquiring more territory. And the MAGA people are happy anytime you can make the liberals cry. That's all they need. They need to drink those liberal tears. So everybody's getting something out of this. Their priorities after that might diverge, and they might, you know, there might be cracks. There might be, you know, we've already seen cracks appear between like the Elon Musks of the world who want to use something like the H-1B visa in order to depress wages, in order to get cheaper labor in there, and the MAGA people who are just like, you know, their racism, you know, it's like, do you prioritize your racism over your libertarianism, or do you prioritize your libertarianism over your racism, right? Some of them answer that question differently.
have no problem lying about things like this.
And okay, now,
yeah.
So some folks were shaming people, literally shaming people, saying you're dupes. You have Trump derangement syndrome,
Right.
for believing this.
She's
I know some people after the election were like, I'm happy
gaslighting her audience.
that Trump is coming in and going to stir things up, whatever.
Eek.
But the point of this is credit where credit's due. Granted, it's behind a paywall, but according to the Vanguard, people have admitted that they made.
Wait. Oh, God. Okay. I got to say something. Chat, I can never compete with this. I didn't realize. So that's I was looking for this content, right? Because generally, like, I like to cover, the content itself. I mean, sometimes, I'll cover like Sam and Emma's response to something TYT says, or the Vanguard's response, or something like that. But like, my preference is usually to go to the original source. I could not find this original source. But yeah, it's behind. It's behind. I don't know how to get a hold of the members only stuff. Chat. Anna uses selective fear mongering, says Joe. Maybe his dad. Oh, who Eli? It's divine right of kings. Musk thinks of himself as a genius who needs to lead humanity because he's better than everyone else. He's chosen. And maybe his dad will finally love him. Hey, maybe Trump's dad will finally love him, right? They got that in common, don't they?
Cenk and Anna with you guys. More news.
So I just want to address something. I was wrong about Project 2025. MAGA hates Project 2025, and I thought that Donald Trump actually cared about his base because in his first term, he seemed to...
I'm sorry, MAGA hates Project 2025? Citation needed? Citation needed? Where are you getting this, Anna?
He's swayed by his base. He seemed to listen to his base.
Wait a second. Wait. MAGA hates Project 2025?
Where's the evidence of that?
What? What is this MAGA that they speak of? What is this? Make America Great hates Project 2025? Every single person involved in Project 2025.
I gotta say, the headcanon, the right-wing headcanon that Anna and Cenk have got going on is amazing, right? And I'm not convinced that they're not pulling it out of their asses. Like, right? It does feel like it does feel like something, yeah, like headcanon, right? They're just like, well, yeah, no, of course, the MAGA people don't like Project 2025. That's only the neocons who aren't cool, right? Neocon is in fact a pejorative, right? Nobody in the Trump coalition wants to be called a neocon. If they are neocons, if they have those tendencies, they're keeping them under wraps. But it's okay because they're, even if they are neocons, they're getting what they want. Trump has talked about going after Greenland, going after Panama, going after Canada, going after Mexico, creating this tech native of the Americas that happens to comport with some of these, neo-reactionary. Yeah, there's another, and I don't really, am I wrong about this? I don't really hear Anna and Cenk talk about the neo-reactionary movement. And if you really want to understand, if you're gonna like be smug and tell other people on the left that, well, you don't really understand the Republican Party, like I understand the Republican Party. If you haven't calibrated the influence of the neo-reactionary dark enlightenment movement into your analysis of the right wing, you don't really have a good idea of what's actually going on the right.
2025 are the most make America great people there are. Like, what is this whole idea that this is a betrayal of Donald Trump? This is what Donald Trump ran on. They were talking about destruction of the administrative state in 2017. Schedule F was released in 2020 as he went out the door.
Right.
He's walking around with RFK who's saying we're going to get rid of all these agencies. We're going to get rid of the NIH. We're going to get rid of the CDC. We're going to get rid of all these agencies. They're walking around to all their people, Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. I mean, all of it. Well, like a MAGA hates it. MAGA might not like Elon Musk because he's the least charismatic person in the world. But where is this evidence that MAGA hates what?
I thought we were giving credit.
No, I know. Well, I was giving credit for the apology, but I didn't realize that part.
No, it's okay. I mean, I understand. I would say that downplaying the effects of Project 2025 prior to the election, as clearly they were engaging in, even as they were...
Look, this was one of the mistakes made by the Harris campaign. If Anna wants to lodge accusations at the majority report, which she has, in fact, I should probably find that tweet for you, that they're getting secret ad buys from the Harris campaign. then she better account for the fact that she is giving the same bad advice that was given to Kamala Harris by her advisors. Chat, like, as far as I could tell from the election, Kamala Harris is like a empty vessel, right? She just, she tries to see which way the wind is blowing and go that way, or she's very susceptible to like influence. She's very much like listening to consultants and to the consultants from the Biden team, to the consultants from the DLC. The thing that was frustrating to me about Kamala Harris is that she seemed to have surprisingly decent instincts when she started out the campaign, and she seems to have chucked all of those instincts to the side to run in the way that was recommended to her by Biden's people. And those people had it wrong. The people that you saw show up on Pod Save America to give their, to try to, clear their consciences or say that it wasn't their fault to keep them on, even though they fucking lost an election that in a pretty bad way. Yeah, she's not very strong-willed, but yeah, Anna's giving her that was one of the things early on, and maybe more in the Biden campaign than in the Kamala campaign, but I'm pretty sure in the Kamala campaign as well. They were talking about Project 2025, and it was working. It was hitting. Now, Trump did come out to try to, disassociate himself from it. Like, oh, I don't know, the Project 25 people, those are some severe Republicans there. I don't know if I agree with that necessarily. But, I mean, he looked like he was lying. And if you had pursued him, if you'd be like, yeah, that's just what somebody that's going to do that's just like what somebody that's going to do Project 2025 would say, right? You could have put him on the defensive. Trump was, for a short moment in, I don't know, July, August, Trump was on his back foot. Trump, JD Vance, all of them, they were on the back foot. They were defensive. And that's something that you hadn't really seen any other Democratic campaign do. And it all slipped away because people took advice like what Anna's giving there. Like, oh, you're going to sound crazy if you that's a conspiracy theory. Don't try to associate Trump with Project 2025. That's just going to make you lose. No. Getting off of that message that obviously why do you think Trump talked about it? Because he felt like he had a vulnerability there. When you find something like that, you got to attack. Instead, the Democrats let up on the Project 2025 attack and they lost.
Advertising themselves as a progressive network is deeply shameful because we now see the effects of Project 2025 in real time, which includes cutting off, as you said.
I mean, there's only so many couch fucker memes you can do, but something similar to that, right? Like, understand that if the couch fucker thing works with JD Vance, you got a whole lot of other opportunities. Yeah, I mean, I could see a joke getting tired. I could see a joke getting overplayed. But realize why the couch fucker joke works and come up with variations. That's all you got to do.
Your friend that works in cancer research, 40% cut to that kind of funding. And these are the kind of things that we're going to see all across the country.
MAGA may hate, like the rest of America, the implications of these cuts.
Yes.
But not if we pretend that this was like, who knew?
Right. They would hate they're going to hate the implications because it's going to cause pain. And that's why it's incumbent upon media organizations to tell people prior to the election that this is going to cause pain when they implement it.
Like literally.
Yeah.
The condescension that was leveled at people who were taking this seriously. As if it was some type of conspiracy theory. Like, as if, like, the Heritage Foundation and the former OMB, who is clearly going to be the new OMB, it's a conspiracy that they spent months and months and years and millions of dollars drawing up an 150-page or 900-page document, whatever it was, and outlining exactly what they were going to do and bringing people in so they would have binders full of people. I mean, but at least dawn lights on Marblehead, although it seems to light, sometime around sunset.
Yeah.
And also now to say, like, this is not what MAGA want. Like, give me a break. Give me a frickin' break.
Go ahead, Bradley. Yeah.
Sorry, I just wanted to add. Do you guys remember that Russ Vought video where he was recorded undercover?
Yes, he was secretly recorded by some British journalist who came in. He goes, "Trump is distancing,
Yes,
but we're not worried about it."
Right, exactly.
Right.
So I wonder if they saw that, but maybe not. I don't know.
Do we want to play the rest of this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because in his first term, he seemed to be swayed by his base. He seemed to listen to his base. This time around, not so much. So Russell Vought, as the head of the Office of Management and Budget, and considering what he just did with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, makes it abundantly clear to me that they are implementing Project 2025.
Yeah.
So I will admit when I'm wrong, I was wrong. I totally predicted incorrectly what would happen with Project 2025.
Oh, pause it. No,
It's more than just an incorrect prediction. Okay? Look, people made predictions about the election. I gave about 50-50 odds, but like from what I was seeing, I thought that the odds might be turning slightly in Kamala's favor, right? I didn't, you know what I'm saying, chat, 49.9 and 50-50, it's like the same thing. So I didn't really make a strong prediction, but some people did. And Emma, I think, did, right? And her being wrong about the results of an election is way different than her running. So if Emma says, I think Kamala will win tonight, and Kamala loses tonight, I mean, that's embarrassing. Sure. You can give her some shit for that, like, people always do. But ultimately, that's horse race stuff. I'm more interested in what somebody's telling me about the candidates, about why I may or may not want to vote for them, and about what kind of, subjects that are effective against somebody like Trump. And what, so if what you're giving is essentially political campaign advice, which is what Anna's doing here, right? When she says that, like, you didn't stop saying Project 2025, you sound crazy. This is Trump derangement syndrome. And so you're going to be the boy who cried wolf when it turns out to not be true. I think that's a more substantial fuck up. That's a fuck up that I care about a lot more. Yeah, she's like, whoops, my mistake. And look, honestly, there's a level on which what Anna's saying sounds like pro-Trump propaganda. I know, like, officially they weren't on Trump's side. You know what's weird, chat? When you look at them now and what they say about Trump, you almost get the feeling that they're trying to retcon it to say, or at least Anna's trying to retcon it to say, like, well, I was slightly pro-MAGA or something, right? But she wasn't claiming it at the time. She wasn't the TYT was on record, same as the majority report. They can see the failings in the Harris campaign. They can see the failings in the Biden administration. But overall, they think that, that choosing Kamala is going to be a better future, right? TYT was in the same place. So what is with this, like, oh, you're on Kamala's side. You're in the tank for Kamala. You were doing Kamala Harris subliminal ads, Emma. You just roll that tape backwards and you'll hear praise be to Kamala, to Satan, to Beelzebub, and all the princes of all the 9 circles of hell. That's what MR was secretly chanting.
It's not, and I appreciate the Vanguard for doing this. Again,
Yeah,
it
good
is
job,
not.
guys.
It is not the prediction. People make predictions all the time.
Right. I
But
was
this
wrong
wasn't-
in my prediction about
this
the
is not-
election,
this
but
is not making,
yeah,
like, some
right,
type of,
right.
like,
Oh my God. Emma went to the same place that I did with that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where
That's
the outcome
gambling mindset.
we can't tell.
Yeah. Yeah.
There was abundance amount of evidence of this. And even if your opinion, not prediction, opinion was, I can't see them doing this. This is pretty radical. The idea that you would mock people for believing it and saying it was a conspiracy theory. The people at Trump.
Look, Sam, I have a right to mock them on the internet.
I'm sorry. Give me a break. But at least we can acknowledge what's actually ongoing.
Yes.
And I would recommend this go into the free part of their show.
What?
So that their audience can know about
Oh,
it.
God. I'm sorry. Every time I hear the MR say the free, like, I was like, wait, the fun half? The fun half?
And, I will say, as long as people are issuing corrections, there was a claim made that we took money from the Kamala Harris campaign for our show.
Are they going to bring up the tweets on that?
Clarified that. It's laughable.
Whoa. We don't
Wait,
know.
actually.
We're still
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. There's a deadline on this Polymarket bet. I think you can... I'm sorry. Okay, so there's on Polymarket, you can gamble with crypto about whether or not Kamala bought ads on the Majority Report. Somebody bought a good amount of it.
Can we bet on this? Or do you have to be outside of America to bet on it?
I don't think it's legal in the United States, but somebody I think placed a bet. Can you scroll down to the holders, Bradley? There's some folks that first of all, so here it is, the rules. We can go to the rules, show more for the rules. On February 3rd, Anna Kasparian asserted that Kamala Harris bought ads on the Majority Report during her 2024 presidential campaign. This market will resolve to yes if a consensus of credible reporting and or disclosures from Kamala Harris's campaign or the Majority Report proves that Kamala Harris bought ads on the Majority Report during her blah, blah, blah. Otherwise, this market will resolve to no. Only direct purchases made by the campaign itself will count. Ads purchased by associated political action committees, super PACs, or other third-party organizations that are not directly a part of Kamala Harris's official campaign will not count. So, but a March 31st deadline, I think.
Now, hold on for a second.
Yeah.
See, I have some questions here.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. First off, let me just say, we have never had any ads purchased by associated political action committees, PACs, super PACs, or any other third-party organization that are not directly part of Kamala Harris' official campaign. So
I'll put a pin in that, Zach. We're going to take a look at what looks like the Vanguard have got. Did I almost say put a pin in that, Zaddy? I think I did. Anyway, chat.
I thought that Donald Trump.
All right, back on TYT. Cenk and Anna with you guys. More news.
So I just want to address something. I was wrong about Project 2025. MAGA hates Project 2025.
Oh, it's the same thing. Can she also apologize for lying? Okay, yeah, I was hoping we were gonna get her talking about. Wait. So where is Anna? There it is. There we go. Okay, so this is what Emma is talking about. Anna is tweeting at her, her alliteration, the pious Polymarket populists, right? See, if anything, if I was Anna, I would have made fun of Emma for the alliteration. You could call it cringe. I'm sure Emma does. But anyway, after her original tweet here, is this where she accuses Emma of being coming from mega money, doing a fundraiser for Senator Gillibrand with her mom, gaining social capital, and then here we have Emma. You should probably just be open about the Harris campaign's ad buy. This is like Ethan Klein. I'm sorry, I hate to be conflating these two stories, but in the same way that Ethan Klein is intent on being like, oh yeah, Hassan, what about that? What about that? That undocumented housekeeper of yours that you're definitely underpaying. What about like, right? And here comes Anna with a strong claim, possibly defamatory if wrong, possibly defamatory in nature. You should probably open up about the Harris campaign's ad buy on the Majority Report too. Maybe that's why you were cheering so hard for a woman who shooed away any left-wing activist who wanted her legitimate questions about her foreign policy, to ask her legitimate questions. I mean, that is true. That is true that like Anna or that Kamala did not answer questions about Gaza, but she's making a pretty strong claim here. The Harris campaign's ad buy? I'm sorry, what the fuck? Here comes Pisco. Ticket sponsor known by a known dark MAGA billionaire, Teal, is problematic for the same reasons TYT has stressed. The corrupting I swear to God, they have more smoke for the Democratic Party at this point than they do for goddamn Trump. TYT has stressed the corrupting influence of money in politics for the last 2 decades. Teal and his ilk are now running a criminal regime in the USA, and we want to fight it. No, but we gotta have a beer with them. We gotta have a beer with them. Anyway, back to.
So that we can put out. That doesn't count. It says the market will resolve to a yes consensus if there's credible reporting and or disclosures from Harris's campaign or the majority report that proves that Harris bought ads on the majority report. Now,
wait. Do you think that, okay, wait. My spidey sense is tingling. What if Anna, like, I'm sure Sam is going to say this, right? But there are YouTube ads. Is Anna going to try to show that a Harris Waltz ad appeared to someone on Majority Report at some time, and therefore she's right? Is that how she's going to play this? Because if so, that's such shit. You could say that you could accuse me of taking money from PragerU and Ben Shapiro, right? I'm sure I've had Tim Pool advertise Daily Wire, right? You know, it's like these are the ads that you get, and they're not dependent on me or my stream as much as they are on you, the viewer, right? YouTube serves you ads that, if anything, they're according to, you know, what you're interested in or what they think your demographic is or whatever. Anyway, God.
this is an ethical dilemma for us.
Yeah.
Because we have stated publicly that it absolutely is not the case that Kamala Harris or anybody else purchased ads in favor of Kamala Harris. In fact, whenever we have an ad, you know who paid for the ad because it is literally the company that we're advertising for.
Yeah, we read their name.
We have never, ever taken money.
Secret ads kind of like, how does that work?
Well, it's not inconceivable that the Harris campaign could say, like, we're going to pay the Majority Report $50,000 and we just want positive coverage.
Right.
We don't do that.
Luigi Mangione released a statement and a website.
There is nobody who's ever paid into the show, no entity, we have members, but nobody who's ever paid into the show outside of the membership tiers that you see on our page that we have not disclosed in the course of advertising. So, you know, like, you may say, like,
okay, so for the polymarket thing, Tajium is pointing out that they were very specific that it had to be a direct payment from the Harris campaign to MR, either divulged through Harris campaign records or what would be the other way?
Hey, I don't think it's appropriate for you to push.
You know, I also heard that Waluigi's brother is who we're talking about. I also heard that Waluigi's brother got has accepted $300,000 from Party Girls podcast.
Bidets on us.
Right.
But you are aware that we're doing that and because, you know, Hello Tushy paid us. Okay?
Chat, do you remember Sam talking to Tim Pool about, I don't know if it was a bidet or if it was just Tim's toilet or something, but he let Tim Pool know on air that toilet was going to need some maintenance. Let's just say. And I don't think I've ever seen a flex like that before. I don't think I've ever seen anybody flex. By the way, dude, I kind of ruined your toilet. You better go check on that. That is some fucking mogging.
It's not like we're out there going, bidets are great, and we got a secret payment from Hello Tushy.
Right.
We're promoting now.
Does anybody remember what I'm talking about, though? It was on the Tim Pool show, the way that Sam talked about, like, I think Tim was bragging about their toilets or their bidets or something, like, and Sam was actually like, well, actually, it's not very durable, if you know what I mean. You might need to go check on that thing. I'm just saying. Sam destroyed it. Sam destroyed Tim Pool's toilet. Sam clogged the toilet at the compound. That is the... Wow. Great, amazing flex.
Now, I happen to think bidets are great, and I would have said that.
Oh, we know.
But that's my point. But here's the thing. We have the ability.
We need to figure out what Sam Cedar, what this man eats for breakfast, all right? We need to bottle it. We need to study this man in a lab, okay? Because I've been thinking about this, and the social media interacts with different personalities in different ways, right? The most basic way is there's maybe like a negativity bias. People would rather watch videos about something that they hate rather than something that they like. There's conflict. People are attracted to conflict. Especially if there's like a personal angle on that drama. And like a lot of social media seems to favor right wing. Now that might also be because right wing social media, digital media is astroturfed. They've got a ton of money, so they can operate for a long time without making a profit. Just to kind of, and they can, like I said, the Tim Pool ads, right? Tim Pool buys ads on YouTube, advertises on other people's videos in order to bring more viewers his way. So, you're kind of fighting an uphill battle. And a lot of lefties, as cool as they are, they don't seem to come out on top in that battle, right? It seems like the algorithm is pushing right-wing stuff a lot more than left-wing stuff. But Sam Cedar is one person. He doesn't get clowned on, right? When he goes up against anybody, he poops in their toilet and calls it a day. And I'm just like, what is it with this guy? What is it with Sam and his attitude, I guess? That works where other like lefties, often find themselves on the other end of that equation.
To manipulate, it seems to me, how that's resolved, whether it's yes or no.
Yeah, that's my question about this. Like,
yeah, why is it that all the Tim Pool drama seems to be about defecation in some way?
Is this doesn't seem particularly ethical. I know Polymarket has purchased the rights to TYT's studio live from the Polymarket studio.
He eats apples. That may be the thing.
Videos now, they say, basically on their broadcast, but you can just basically put a false claim on this crypto betting site that's not legal in the United States, and people can bet yes or no. And what's like the due diligence that this site has in terms of like, you could,
if I wanted to make a lot of money,
you could make a claim, put it on there.
Couldn't I bet on the yes?
Yes.
It's 9 cents per share.
Right. It's gone.
Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, cabbage? Does this dude eat cabbage? I eat cabbage too. I'm a big fan of cabbage. Honest and has a track record that shows it. He has that Hugo in him, yeah. Sam Cedar is the Daniel Plainview of toilets. I clog your shitter. There will be clog. It's because he's funny. Maybe apples and cabbage. That almost sounds like Sam is got, like, he's eating stuff that's healthy for his microbiome. It's like a certain kind of fiber or pectin or something. It's like feeding the it's feeding the gut biome microbes that make somebody funny. Maybe.
Down, right?
Okay, it's only 9 cents per share. I could buy, I don't know, 100 of these things.
Look, go down,
for less than
scroll to the
$1,000.
holders.
Right,
They're top holders. You can see here. There's somebody who bought 450 shares of Yes.
But that's not even 450. That's like 40.
I want to put down, chat, how do you get these started? Does this just, is it like if one person wants to bet, is that how it starts? Like somebody puts down money and the bet starts? Because what if we did a bet that was like, will Sam Cedar clog up Tim Pool's toilet next time?
$5.
Okay.
And I could buy,
but they may have bought it at a higher point.
I could go in and buy 1,000 shares at 9 cents.
Yeah.
And then on March 31st or 30th, we could come out and say, yes, we did sell ads to Kamala Harris. And in fact,
so Sam's pointing out that the poly market seems to be open to a somebody with inside knowledge or even inside ability to affect the outcome of the bet. It's open to manipulation.
Just at 12:31 or whatever 2:31, and then we get the money, and then the next day we could say, just kidding.
Yeah.
In fact, April 1st, April Fools.
April Fools.
Like, couldn't we do that? Like, what? How does this work? Can someone write in and let us know on what protection there is for people? Because we can mess with this. I'm telling you folks right now at Polymarket, we're going to decide whether or not we put out proof of this.
Oh, I mean, guys, don't do this kind of thing.
Guess who's going to come in on April 1st?
Yeah.
Wearing a sweet ass fur coat.
Oh, yeah.
Lots of bling. Get into my Bugatti and drive down here.
You'll finally
Drink the sparkling water.
be a high value man.
Drive the Bugatti.
My Bugatti from Polymarket.
That's what I want to join Sam's Discord, his pyramid scheme on Discord. You know how Andrew Tate has the thing that supposedly trains you to be.
Credit our intern Isaac for his ego.
Trains you to be a little tater tot.
Lion spotting.
Oh yes, Isaac. Credit to Isaac. Who
Thank you.
We didn't know about this until he texted us the link yesterday.
This was a great spot.
Yeah.
Huge pump and dump. We're going to get ready for this.
20 minutes.
Isn't the pump and dump what Sam did to Tim's toilet?
Pump and dumps.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, I wish you didn't have to go there.
It's gonna be.
Excuse me?
That was your choice.
Or maybe Sam did the dump part and Tim had to do the pump. Tim had to get the he had to get the plunger out,
That's gonna be
Folks.
All right, I gotta go.
That's gonna be our merch.
Emma's going to leave. I'm going to read
shot.
5 IMs, and then we're going to get out of here.
Yeah. See you guys. Have a good weekend. Check us out on Nathan Robinson's show.
Yeah, I don't know what we'll see. What hopefully he hasn't sent. He hasn't even sent a link. Oh, what's going on with that? I think it's today. I doubt the governor will remove Adams, says Dave from Jamaica. One thing about Democratic leadership, they tend not to act unless they're in the crosshairs.
I really want the governor to take Adams out.
Really cool. Working family parties is a party line, but you don't register for it as a party. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. You don't have to, but you can. Some people do. Jerry at the beach. Did my grocery shopping last night, and I was $159. Trumpflation. I know, we got to get some militant apathy. Kennedy proves he's the DEI guy. Dude literally was shooting up heroin, making bird smoothies, and eating baby bears. Has no medical degree and was still confirmed. Yes. Dave from regular Estonia. Hey, I'm bribing over here. Doesn't mean in the matter of, not regarding? Isn't that the same thing? Vermont Ben. My uncle is the IG for the Federal Housing Financial Agency. He told me he hasn't been fired yet, but he believes it's definitely coming. They do not care about finding waste. If they did, they would empower IGs, not fire them. Dave Rubin might be the dumbest person in the political commentary space. I'm stupefied by how much his brain is turned to mud. Mike from Texas. I'm old enough to remember Inauguration Day 2009 when Mitch walked down to the Heritage Institute to talk to them about their plans for the days ahead. That's where he said our only one goal for the next 4 years would make Obama a one-term president. I was literally on the day Obama was inaugurated.
On
Compare
delivering
that to
on
the
government
Democratic response today. Jay Tingle. Are you guys going to mention the Nomiki Konst news? It was featured in the New York Post. No. I mean,
All right.
People are interested. They can Google.
Look, I got a little, I want to take a deep dive into the Young Turks and their discussion of Project 2025. Now, obviously, the video that you saw there, that the Vanguard and then Sam reacted to is not video I have access to. I don't have a premium, Young Turks subscription or whatever. I don't have the access to their members only stuff, but a lot of the stuff where they, the original discussion of Project 2025 happened on the Young Turks, and we can definitely look into those videos. Before we do, though, I wanted to show you something that's a little bit silly. All right, this is
To all of my beautiful American people out there, thank you so much for voting for me. We couldn't have done this without you. That's my president, man. Come on. Lower them grocery prices. And, I said that I would do a lot of evil, terrible, horrible things that would ruin lives and the economy.
Wait, what? What is he talking about? What is he about to do?
Nah, bro, he's not gonna do none of that crazy stuff. He was just playing around, okay? He about to just lower the price of groceries and eggs and stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
I know I said those things, but I'm here to say that I'm doing that shit right now! I have just signed an executive order to raise the price of a carton of eggs and a gallon of gas to $100!
Hey, yo, what the fuck? No. Why this nigga hate breakfast? Damn.
I have just signed an executive order to make my volume button on my remote connect to every TV in America. Wait, what?
Is he for real?
And guess what? You know why I did it? Because you...
Wow, he actually did it.
What is he saying right now? I'm concerned. And you know what? It's time to take affirmative action against affirmative action. So anyone who was hired because of DEI is gonna DIE now! That's a bit extreme. What?
Oh my God, no.
What's wrong?
Bro, I'm black.
So?
And I work for Google.
No! You monster! And you know what? There are a certain group of people living in my country that are not contributing. So, I have signed an executive order, and now any ghost living in America must pay taxes! Oh my God, this is some bullshit, man! I can't take this shit no more, man! Oh. That motherfucker over there voted for him. Man, I'm gonna haunt that nigga every night. You will never sleep peacefully again. I'm gonna haunt you every motherfucking night. Now, my American people, we all know that there are some people living here that shouldn't be. So in order to make this country beautiful again, my country, I have signed an executive order. Oh my God, bro, please just do something that's not gonna ruin my life. To deport all ugly niggas from my country. Okay, I mean, that's kind of crazy, but at least it ain't got nothing to do with me.
Sir, you're gonna have to come with us. You were first on our list to deport, so let's go.
What?
This is not up for debate. Let's go.
My beard connects.
Grab him.
My beard connects.
His beard connects. You got the wrong guy. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? God damn this Trump administration. That is called when the president is a crash out. This is Sylvanus. If you want to check out this YouTube channel here, I am going to put it in YouTube chat and in Twitch chat if you want to follow Sylvanus. A lot of skits. Some of them have to do with video games and gaming. Some of them have to do with I feel like there's a lot of anime too, and really funny guy. Anyway, chat, speaking of funny guys, let's take a look at what Robert Garcia said about Elon Musk's dick. I mean, his picture of...
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. I now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia.
Well, thank you. Thank you to all of our witnesses for being here. And I want to just start off by making some...
We'll go back to TYT after this.
Clear. I think we're all here to fight against the lies, the corruptions, and the attacks on our social safety net. Now, we should in no way be cooperating with House Republicans who want to shut down the Department of Education and destroy Medicare and Medicaid. And we should not stand by as the richest man on the planet gives himself and his companies huge tax cuts while the American people get absolutely nothing. Now, I find it ironic, of course, that our chairwoman, Congresswoman Green, is in charge of running this committee. Now, in the last Congress, Chairwoman Green literally showed a dick pic in our oversight.
Remember that, chat? Remember that? I believe it was Hunter Biden's pic.
Congressional hearing. So
the presidential family dick. Oh my God, chat.
I'd bring one as
what is wrong with our government?
Now, this, of course, we know is President Elon Musk.
So wait, what did he say? What did he? Oh, I'm gonna bring my dick pic out. Here we go. That's what he says.
Now, this, of course, we know is President Elon Musk.
Look, I will say that joke's about at the level of Elon Musk troll. You know what I mean? That's a very Elon Musk joke that he's making.
He's also the world's richest man. He was the biggest political donor in the last election. He has billions of dollars in conflicts of interest, and we know that he is leading a power grab, also abided by and encouraged by Donald Trump and, of course, the chairwoman, Congresswoman Green. But I also want to run through what DOGE actually is going to do. It's a demolition plan that's going to run through our government. DOGE is trying to abolish the Department of Education. That means opportunities denied to kids. It means you're ripping away opportunities for children with disabilities who are dependent on this money.
I mean, look, the joke, the funniness of the joke aside, I don't really mind this tactic. I kind of like what he's doing. It's definitely better than what you're getting from Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer.
You're also halting medical research, which is also critical, which we have to also stop. The idea that we're going to eliminate or destroy the Department of National Institutes of Health, NIH, is crazy. Let's talk about the Department of Labor. We're talking about protections for working people across this country where people can...
Yo, Izzy Sanchez, thanks for the 5 gifted memberships. Reject, you just got weaseled. Jetta Fakey, you just got weaseled. Sizal, you just got weaseled. Simp Man, you just got weaseled. And Timothy Jones, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. Narwhal says... He just said the richest man in the world is giving tax cuts to himself and his companies. But that's only wrong because the American people are getting nothing. It's just plain wrong. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it wouldn't be right if like, you know, it was. Well, I mean, they will try to package it. That's a good catch, Narwhal. They're gonna try to package it with something like no tax on tips, right? They're gonna try to play up like the one or two little.
_by super chatted $15. He just said the richest man in the world is giving tax cuts to himself and his companies, but it's only wrong because the American people are getting nothing. No, sir, it's just wrong. My brain.
Yeah, no, he's this is a fire sale. He's a robber baron. He is literally looting the fucking country like better than he loots in Path of Exile, because he does on this one he has a loot filter, chat. He has a loot okay, bad joke. Oh, the two people got that. Two Path of Exile fans.
And actually complain about abuses their companies are making.
But thank you, Narwhal Bait Nature, for the super chat, and thank you, Izzy Sanchez, for the gifted memberships.
Against them and their co-workers, workers are now going to be in danger. And let's also talk about the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, another huge issue for us. Think about the scammers and fraudsters that will be empowered across this country because Elon Musk wants, essentially, these companies have more power over consumers and over people across this country. Look at the Centers for Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. That is actually what's being discussed partly today. Healthcare, we're talking about being denied to millions of poor people, working class people across this country. And now, of course, they're on to their largest target, the U.S. Social Security Administration. We're talking about the destruction of the actual social safety net in this country. We know that 1 in 5 Americans collect Social Security, seniors, disabled people. This entire plan is about hurting the American social safety net and destroying our institutions. And it's important that we actually call out what is happening at this subcommittee. This is not about working with the richest man on the planet. This is actually about empowering. This committee wants to empower the richest person in the world to hurt people so they can take all of this money that they so-called want to save and then give it to themselves, their companies, and their billionaire friends. That is the attack that is happening in this committee and across this country, and it's important that we call it out. We also know, of course, that Elon Musk is sending his unqualified Doge staff to carry out this agenda across all these agencies.
Okay, no Gen Z slander, please.
And in some cases, actually teenage staffers. No accountability, no experience, and problematic records. They're trying to rob you, and they're probably a minor. Thank you, and I yield back.
Chat. I wasn't expecting that. Oh my God, look at the looks on those two women that are sitting behind him. That is like grown. That is a like I could see the expression of groaning on both of their faces over that. Wow. This is why the Dems lose. Look, this is the good Dem. This is the Dem that is at least not afraid of like being like that he has to be civil. This is the Dem that this is the Dems attempt to get past to civility politics. And yeah, I don't know. God, who advised him on that? Do you think that it's his staffers, chat? You think it was his staffers? You think it was his kids? Who told him? Like, you gotta take that line from Kendrick, or like, maybe he was watching the Super Bowl and somebody was like, he was like, wait, what is this all about? Why is this song? I've heard this song all over the place. Why is this song so popular? And somebody had to explain the beef between Kendrick and Drake, and what is the A minor part? Well, it's because Drake is likes to date them young. That was good. Those hackers are some sick kind of cult. Maybe they're Zizians. Do you think? No, they're worse than Zizians. Somehow Zizians are like less bad than the hackers. My colon just clenched with cringe, says Jen. He will forever be banned from all cultural events. Only the raisinest of potato salads. No, for this guy. Only the raisinest. He thought he was cooking. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. The two black people in the room are like, yeah, in fucking tears over this. Wow. I mean, I don't know. Look, I was going to give him credit for the dick pic thing. I was going to give him credit because it's like, look, it's not a good joke, but it's a very like Muskian joke. It's the kind of, like, it's like Elon. He's like, 69. You know what that means. 420. 1488. Elon, what? I've had 14 dogs and 88 parakeets. He gives some kind of bullshit explanation. Motherfucker literally just 1488s and he gives some bullshit explanation for what he's actually saying there. No, you don't understand. Oh my God, chat. That's something the Musk would do. That's totally something that he would do. Don't tell me it's not. All right, so he went on BTC.
I want to hear
oh no.
Do you think
I actually wanted to see, I don't know where this clip lives, so I'm watching it on BTC, but we got to talk about BTC also. He's been posting a little bit of cringe.
That calling Elon Musk a dick is effective messaging?
Oh my God.
For confronting what is a potentially irreversible transformation of the U.S. government.
Well, he is a dick. And I think
Okay, I like this guy. I mean, I like that. I like that. I don't know if I can get over the A minor joke though. That was pretty bad. But that's good. I mean, look, like that flow right there. Like, I love how this clip starts off.
I want to hear why, but do you think that calling Elon Musk a dick is effective messaging for confronting what is a potentially irreversible transformation?
Dwight Lan, super chatted $6.30. Y'all ever think Trump is an anime villain like Itachi? Like he's trying to save America by pretending to be a fascist so the left will become louder.
Wait, what? Wait, what's Itachi from? I'll have to look into this, Dwight Langston, but thank you for the super chat.
Of the U.S. government.
Well, he is a dick. And I think that he's also harming the American public in an enormous way. And what I think is really important, and what the American public want, is for us to bring actual weapons to this bar fight. This is an actual fight.
I'm joined now by Congressman.
I mean, look, I like that sentiment. Okay, he needs to work on his delivery. He needs better people to workshop his jokes. He really does. The A minor joke is just a dim. Yes, Dims being Dims. It's exactly what it is. I think he was calling him a dick. Calling him a dick is being rather understated. That's true. Dick is like going easy on him. I mean, he is a dick. I love that answer. Well, you know, he is a dick though. Like, I mean, I'm not wrong. Itachi is from Naruto? What is Itachi like? There is like a Trump anime. Very scary fake anime based on Trump. I mean, the ultra cringe was bad, but when it comes to politics, I'm more about the point of the matter than the messaging and the aesthetic. Well, I mean, this is territory that Dems generally do not traverse, because they're all about the civility politics of it all. But thank you, Dwight, for the super chat.
And Robert Garcia, that was you during a hit with CNN, basically coming back to the whole civility police argument. You called Elon Musk a dick at a committee hearing. This is a guy who right now...
Do you think that BTC is going to start calling people dicks now? Like, do you think he's going to get inspired? Do you think that Hakeem Jeffries is going to be like, Donald Trump is a huge dick? You probably shouldn't say... No, he would like that if you said that. You should say a tiny dick.
That was pilfering the federal government, slashing funding for Medicaid, for folks with disabilities, for vital programs that offer HIV prevention, water, food for refugees, and on and on. I think it's a pretty accurate assessment. And yet, when you were questioned about this during your
wait, Itachi means weasel in English? They're dabbling in the rudeness. Yeah. I mean, like, it only works if it comes from the heart, though.
Conversation on legacy media, the focus was, again, back on this sense of decorum. Can I have your response to that on kind of the misguided focus, the misplaced focus in the moment that we're in right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think calling Elon Musk a dick is pretty kind, actually, considering everything that he's done.
Right.
And I want to just go back one step. I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene is the chairperson of this committee, this DOGE committee, which is a complete joke and disaster of a committee. And she was literally showing pornography in just last year in this same oversight committee. And so I brought my own dick pic, which was a picture of Elon Musk. And let's be really clear what he's doing. I mean, this idea that we're going to somehow now police ourselves when the other side will throw everything in the kitchen sink at the country, at working class people, at Democrats, and we're supposed to sit back and kumbaya with them and be bipartisan, I think that is ridiculous. And I think what people are telling me and folks on the ground are saying is we need to actually match that energy. Now, we're going to be truthful, we're going to be honest, we're going to stand up for working class people, but we've got to match that fire with fire. I think that's really important.
Are you worried about the asymmetry that exists in the media, though, where Democrats have to be held to a certain standard and yet Republicans barreled through that? I mean, that ship has already sailed years ago. So because Trump gets created on the curve and the rest of the Republican Party gets created on the curve, and yet Democrats are still held to this standard of decades ago, how do you think that asymmetry is going to play out in terms of our effectiveness and in terms of being able to hold the Republicans to account?
Well, I mean, I think that's exactly right. I mean, let's be really clear. The media treats essentially Donald Trump as some celebrity president. They allow him to get away with horrific things. They've normalized the kinds of things that he says. And then we, the police, our own language. So it's completely, I think, this idea that the media is biased. The media is biased against Democrats and progressives and is absolutely generally in the tank for Donald Trump. And I think that what he has been able to do, he's a master communicator. I think people need to understand that he's a master communicator. He also happens to be a terrible person and a terrible president, but he understands the medium. And I think what we have to do as Democrats is pull some of that attention away that Donald Trump uses to then pass his horrible policies and shine the light on the horrible things he's doing and on our agenda of actually helping people. Taxes for middle class people, helping students, supporting seniors, strengthening Social Security. Those are the things people care about. We've got to.
Well, look, the one thing that I liked about what he did is he did something that, I don't know how funny of a joke it is again, but he gets attention, right? And then he uses that attention to talk about the real stories from real people that are going to be hurt by this Trump agenda, whether it is the illegal moves that Elon Musk is making in the Treasury or whether it is the shit that they're about to try to jam through Congress, chat. It's bad. I've seen it. Almost no matter who you are, you're getting fucked by this bill. And I mean, you're losing money, right? If you owe student loans, you are paying possibly $200 more per month. If you are on home heating assistance, you are potentially losing that. If you're on SNAP, it's potentially getting cut. If you're on Medicaid, right, they're going to fuck with that too. And yeah, there's all signs point to them coming after Social Security as well. Although I could see them doing something like leaving that alone in order to say, well, we kept our promise about not touching Social Security. But yeah, fucking their own voters, fucking like most people in the country over. And I don't know how they're going to get away with that. I think Dems need young people to handle the media. I don't need Chuck to say aroused again. Yeah, get them aroused. Don't get our voters aroused. Anyway, like I said, we're going to get back to TYT. So there is a video from 7 days ago. Let me take a look and see what this is.
Today, a federal judge has accused the Trump administration of essentially ignoring his court order.
What the fuck?
And this has to do with the Trump administration putting a freeze on federal grants.
Yeah, there's a lot of cringe I've noticed that Anna has been posting lately that I haven't really kept up on, but I'm finding it in a lot of their newer videos. Like you don't have to look far.
80% of my time is working on the plans of what's necessary to take control of these bureaucracies, and we are working doggedly on that. Whether it's destroying their agency's notion of independence, they're independent from the president.
So that is Russell Vought in that video right there. And up until recently, he was notable primarily because he's one of the architects of
Yeah, exactly, coolest dude.
Project 2025, the thing that obviously was going to be Donald Trump's agenda. That was very clear, and that's how it's going. He says there, these agencies and their supposed independence. They're independent agencies. That's how they were set up. But he doesn't believe that. He believes that the president should be king, should be emperor, should have unilateral control over all of this. Sorry, assuming it's a Republican. If it's a Democrat, then independent agency is the most important thing in the world.
But isn't that wild how the media actually maintains that? Like, don't think that if a Democrat's elected in 2028, that they're going to be able to come in and change everything back without, the media holding them to a completely different standard. And in general, that's not what we see with Democrats. We see with Democrats and Republicans something of a ratcheting effect. In other words, the Republicans tighten the noose around our necks, right? Or tighten the bolt, right? And then the Democrats, when they come back in, they don't undo it. They're always like, well, we're going to keep this and that, like we're only going to go like, 3/4 the way back.
But anyway, all of that would be well and good, except that he is no longer just the architect of Project 2025. He was confirmed last night by the Senate to lead the Office of Management and Budget, which is an incredibly important part of the executive branch. So he's returning to the White House to do exactly what he said he was going to do, both in that video and in Project 2025. And
oh, this is John Adirola. Okay. So this is John and Jay. No, not who else? I don't know this guy. Another TYT correspondent. Okay. So yeah, I was like wondering. I saw this on TYT's channel, and I was like, wait, they've talked about Project 2025 7 days ago. Yeah, this is John Adirola. Okay, so here's what Anna's wait. Some Anna.
Mitch McConnell, the former GOP leader, someone who just put out a scathing statement.
After that was challenged in the court.
And I just want to show you a little bit of how TYT is handling MAGA. After all of this exhibition, after admitting, or I don't know, I probably shouldn't say after. This is 4 days ago, so maybe it was. Maybe the Vanguard's clip is more recent. I'm not sure. I'm not sure when that clip comes from, but this is only 4 days ago, right? At this point, we know what Trump's going to do. We know about his illegal executive orders. We know about the weird shit where he's bringing Elon in to destroy everything, right? We know. So just like understand, this is Anna Kasparian covering MAGA after what we know.
Reports, the Trump administration claimed that they had rescinded the freeze on federal grants.
But it turns out that they didn't actually follow through on it, even though they claimed they had rescinded this action. So here's how the fight between Donald Trump and the courts went down. So last month, the Trump administration issued this memo outlining a freeze in federal funding grants. Now, the purpose of the freeze was to check whether federal programs were in compliance with Donald Trump's rules as it pertains to banning DEI practices. He also wanted to ban funding for renewable energy projects. Now, this caused widespread panic, and government officials scrambled to figure out what it all means and which programs would be impacted. At that point, 22 states and DC sued, which led to Judge John McConnell issuing a temporary freeze or a block on the Trump administration's federal funding freeze. Now, at that point, the Trump administration withdrew their memo. Essentially, they rescinded, based on their memo, this freeze on federal funding. But the judge found that while the Trump administration did withdraw the memo, they didn't actually end their freeze of federal grants. And so this post from the White House.
So yeah, this is something that at the moment the Trump administration is portraying as them not understanding the orders or reading the the judge's orders and trying to try to use a little wiggle room that's not actually there, right? They're not claiming yet, although Vance has hinted at this, that they don't have to abide by a judge's order. But the scary thing is that with a Department of Justice, which we have seen is in no way independent, the forces that would enforce a judge's order are marshals, which are under the authority of the Justice Department, right? This is why people have been talking about a constitutional crisis that seems to be emerging. And if Trump were to ignore a judge's order, completely, and consistently, then yeah, I mean that's exactly where we would be.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt stated that the freeze was actually still in effect. It's not like they were even trying to hide it. So this is what she wrote. This is not a rescission of the federal funding freeze. It is simply a rescission of the OMB memo. Why? To end any confusion created by the court's injunction. The president's executive orders on federal funding remain in full force and effect and will be rigorously implemented. So Judge McConnell argued that the Trump administration did not follow his orders and continued moving forward with their federal funding freeze, even though he had temporarily blocked it. On Friday, the coalition of 22 states alleged that despite McConnell's ruling, the Trump administration was in fact still withholding federal funds. The state said in a court filing that still frozen funds included about $7 billion in grant money for solar panels and $5 billion that supports greenhouse gas reduction measures. Again, this was money that was allocated by Congress. They have the power of the purse. The executive branch is not supposed to unilaterally block that money from going to where it is intended to go. By the way, this is obviously setting a terrible precedent, because what if Republicans have passed legislation that they want and it provides funding for organizations or projects that they want, and a Democratic executive branch?
You don't have to worry about that, Anna. The Democrats will never do this shit.
Says, nah, we don't like it. We're not gonna do it. We're gonna put a freeze on that money. Okay, so if you're celebrating what Trump is doing now, understand Democrats could do the same thing, and we don't want that situation, right? In a court filing Sunday, Justice Department lawyers said the administration had made good faith, diligent efforts to comply with McConnell's earlier ruling. They said the funds at issue were frozen.
Yeah, so let me address, this is an important comment here. Infallible Fell says House Republicans are trying to gut Medicare, Medicaid, and SNAP. I don't think we can just not undo that. All right, so look, I would love it if I could include the Democrats under we. Unfortunately, when I talk about the Democrats, I talk about they, because I don't have a lot of sway. And if you've got decent politics, neither do you with the Democrats. The ratcheting effect I'm talking about would be something like this. The House Republicans, cut all these programs, the Democrats restore them, but not completely. That is a very Democrat thing to do. And if you don't want the Democrats to do that, you've got to become aroused politically. You've got to become politically aroused. And Hakeem Jeffries is going to hate it when you become politically aroused and you call your senator and you tell them you want like that money fucking put back. You want these budgets increased, right? That's what you've got to do. And even then they try to avoid it. They try to do half measures. They try to, it's a ratchet effect, right? The Republicans tighten the screw, the Democrats loosen it, but only a little bit. That's what I'm worried about. But no, I'm definitely not making an argument for, for them doing these half measures in the face of full-on onslaught from the Republican Party. When they get power again, right? They should obviously restore everything. The problem is they don't like doing that. They're too cowardly.
Because of a Trump executive order signed hours after he was sworn in that paused tens of billions of dollars in federal climate spending. So they're arguing, no. We're following through. It's just that there was another executive order and we continued freezing funding for projects having to do with like climate related priorities, okay? But so the Justice Department under Trump is saying, no, we tried. Like we made a good faith effort to follow through on what you ordered us to do. It's just that there was some confusion here. The administration reasonably interpreted the temporary restraining order not to extend to that executive order, which wasn't challenged as part of the lawsuit, according to the Justice Department.
Yeah, the judge is not buying that, but at least they're trying to pretend to follow the order, which is important because if they just said, go pound sand, then we got a constitutional crisis because the executive branch must listen to the judicial branch. If they don't, we have no law and order.
So he's calling that good news, right? The fact that they haven't taken this to open defiance of court orders is the bright side that we can look on.
At all. So now, what's the right way to do it? Easy. At this point, Republicans have the White House, the House, and the Senate. So if you don't like this spending that was already passed, that's too late. That's the law. It's the law. Do Republicans care about the law at all anymore? It's a good open question. So okay, now you go and you don't like that funding. You won. You have every right to say next time I don't want that funding, and you could win because you have enough votes. So now I don't like that. I don't agree with a lot of these decisions. But there's nothing we can do about that. You won the election. So it's actually super easy for the right wing to cut this funding the right way. And especially with Trump being able to bully the politicians, not only on the right, he gets some of the Democrats to vote for half this stuff, right? So why not do it the right way? Why?
The part I'm looking for here, Chad, is I believe that Anna talked about the debt. And she kind of gives this explanation where it's like, well, yeah, no, we want to cut the debt. No, that's really important. Yeah, no, cutting down on government employees, that's a really good idea. But but you're doing it wrong.
Why
cutting the wrong government employees?
Say no.
And it's just such a fucking canard.
I'm not going to listen to
She's actually granting the basis of the Republicans' talking points that the government is in fact too big and does too much, when in actuality, the reason that the American people hate the government is not because it's too big and does too much. It's because it's too ineffectual and it's too cowardly and it is not vigorous enough to stand up to, the forces of capitalism. It doesn't do its job for we the people.
The law, I'm going to defy what Congress said, and now I'm going to defy the judiciary. There's only one reason to do that, is because you want to build up infinite power in the executive branch. You want to ignore Congress and the courts so that you can do whatever you want. And whenever you give that much power to anybody or any office, you're going to create tyranny. And so if you think in your right wing or you think, oh good, I want to do
this is all jank
against the woke left, etc. You better hope that nobody else gets into power, because you just opened the door for tyranny. And don't ever, ever, ever complain to me about tyranny of government if you say the executive branch should be kings and they shouldn't listen to our form of government, our democracy, our constitution. So just make up your mind.
Okay, anyway, yeah, I wanted to watch that for the Anna segment. Let's go back to the Project 2025 video from 3 months ago.
Do you think they give terrorists a 6-month sentence or 20-year sentence or a life sentence? And that's assuming that they don't go full Israel and start killing the terrorists. Because once somebody's a terrorist, you can do anything you want to them. So I hope to God it doesn't actually happen. But right now, that think tank says that they are going to do that.
So both Politico and the New York Times are now reporting that Donald Trump is unlikely to implement Project 2025 as the blueprint for his second term, for his administration.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Now reporting that.
But right now, that think tank says that they are going to do that.
So both Politico and the New York Times are now reporting that Donald Trump is unlikely to implement Project 2025 as the blueprint for his second term, for his administration. And he is instead opting to work with a completely different.
Yeah, there's the liberal media chat. Like, you know, that right now, right, Joe Rogan is trying to sell the idea that the government, I'm trying to remember, USAID, I think it was, paying for some of their, for subscriptions to Politico for their real-time news service, which is just, you know, real-time basic facts.
$9.99. New North Star or Ethan Rapping.
New North Star or Ethan Rapping? Wait, do we have Ethan Rapping? Is that a thing? Is that an option? I never knew that was an option, chat, but thank you. Thank you, Iron Fawns, nonetheless, for the super chat. I'll put that on New North Star.
Communist invading radicals.
Feckless to borrow one of Anna's favorite terms. She does use that a lot. She does use that a lot. The only thing that Jank has accomplished since Janksgiving is making me get really into Silly and Billy. He is the biggest hype man for Silly and Billy. That's true.
Right-wing think tank called.
What was I just saying?
As the blueprint for his second term, for his administration. And he is instead opting to work with a completely different right-wing think tank called the America First Policy Institute.
That is a red herring. Look, New York Times, Politico were doing this. Politico was accused by Joe Rogan of receiving money, USAID money, in order to do favorable coverage of Democrats. In reality, they were receiving money because the USAID bought subscriptions for Politico's real-time news service, which is just kind of like a, you know, real-time feed of just, you know, AP type pool reporting, like, you know, just the facts kind of reporting for some of their employees, right? So it's like somebody compared it to if you said that they were giving money to like Microsoft for subscriptions to Windows XL, right? They're buying essentially a software. They're buying an online subscription. All right, is what they're getting. They are not paying money to Politico to write certain kinds of stories. And if they were, then they'd be getting ripped off because Politico is often than not kind of leaning to the right. I don't know. I mean, they claim to be right down the middle. It does feel like to me it leans sort of the right. New York Times too. Like, right? And yet, like, these are the outlets that are, claimed to be the liberal media, claimed to be the bastions of liberalism. And meanwhile, New York Times is just denying the very obvious facts. Look, some furry hackers went to great lengths, took great personal danger to themselves in order to get us the names of the people involved with Project 2025, which were indeed, retreads from the first Trump administration in a lot of cases. Like, don't let that go to waste. But here we go with Anna. TYT is adding their voice to the chorus of fake liberal news.
Now, the Heritage Foundation penned the 900 pages of that policy book for Project 2025. They penned it before Trump was even the nominee for the Republican Party. And all of the reporting around that I had debunked, but people didn't believe me. Now that the election's over, it looks like the media is willing to admit, yeah.
Oh, damn. Oh, damn. Chat, I don't even think that this isn't what the Vanguard watched, was it? There's like another Project 2025 video of Anna Kasparian, probably before this. This was slightly after the election ended.
Yeah, looks like Trump's not going to do Project 2025. But
although it does look like, wait, am I right or am I wrong? I do remember her wearing that outfit. A strange outfit, yeah.
What he is willing to do is,
hey, I'm one to talk. I'm wearing flannel.
Potentially implement some of the policies that have been recommended by the America First Policy Institute. So first, a little bit about this think tank, and they were smart. They were very hush-hush during the
Wait, Vanguard didn't watch this, did they? Did they watch this one?
Whereas the Heritage Foundation, while they were jockeying or competing for influence over Donald Trump, were a lot more public, and that drew the ire of reporters and Democrats. Now, this think tank, America First Policy Institute, was actually founded soon after Donald Trump lost the 2020 presidential race. The AFPI was born, by Brooke Rollins, who's the Institute's chief executive and longtime Trump friend, Linda McMahon.
Anna doesn't know wrestling.
Yeah, McMahon, who approached a Texas billionaire by the name of Tim Dunn about creating a national organization that could lay the groundwork for a second Trump administration. So that's when they launched this America First Policy Institute in 2021. McMahon, who led the Small Business Administration under Trump, has been charged with the policy matters for this think tank. And the co-chair is Howard Lutnick, who is the chief executive of Cantor Fitzgerald. He's preparing to hire thousands of people to run government agencies under Trump's watch. Now, in 2022, it brought in $23.6 million in revenue, according to a recent tax filing, and paid a number of former Trump administration officials hundreds of thousands of dollars in compensation. And they do, in fact, have some big plans. So Rollins has said that the think tank has already drafted nearly 300 executive orders ready for Trump's signature should he win the election. And he won the election. And yeah, these executive actions mainly seek to undo Biden's legacy, which I totally believe.
Again, like, I love it never runs through her mind. Why can't it be both? Right? Is it Project 2025? Is it this AFPI thing? Could be both. Could be both. Why can't these idiots admit that they are the media? Jeff could get her into wrestling, yeah.
I mean, that was one of the things that Trump did first when he was elected in 2016. He undid some of Obama's legacy. He pulled out of the Iran nuclear deal. That's just one example. He undid some of Obama's environmental regulation. So I have no doubt that Trump would have interest in doing.
So yeah, I guess this is a few days after the election. Trump won the election, and here Anna is like, yeah, nothing to worry about. It's just going to be chill. It's not going to be that Project 2025 stuff. That was a lie made up by the liberal media. But thanks to our heterodox thinking, we can tell you, we can report the truth to you.
Some of this stuff. And lobbyists have taken note and are directing their clients to meet with AFPI or suggesting policy. The think tank has an emphasis on deregulating the federal government and limiting its reach.
Just a few more details about what they intend to implement policy-wise, or at least push for Trump to implement policy-wise. The Institute's policy book titled The America First Agenda is slimmer than the much debated plans espoused in Project 2025's 900-page mandate.
Oh yeah, I'm sure this will feel so much better.
Absent are attention-grabbing proposals such as banning pornography, prohibiting the mailing of abortion pills, or ending the Justice Department's status as an independent agency.
I mean, they got that one. They got that one.
That's good. But there are some bad things in here, obviously. It calls for halting federal funding for Planned Parenthood and for mandatory ultrasounds before abortions, including those carried out with medication. It seeks to make concealed weapons permits reciprocal in all 50 states, increase petroleum production, which Trump talks about all the time, remove the United States from the Paris Agreement, impose work requirements on Medicaid recipients, and establish legally only 2 genders. It actually does go further than Project 2025 in some areas. So it goes significantly further than Project 2025 in one key area, calling for the elimination of nearly all civil service protections for federal workers by making them at-will employees, a strategy supporters believe will allow Trump and his aides to root out career staff members who they believe stood in the way in his first administration. And so this change would allow for the firing of civil servants for almost any reason. And agencies should be able to remove employees for any non-discriminatory reason with no external appeals, according to the Institute's policy book. So I totally believe this reporting. I think this is actually accurate reporting. And if reporters—
Yeah, again, you got to use your mind a little bit. It could be both.
Didn't just serve as stenographers for the Democratic Party, they would have maybe found out that there's a difference.
She tried to get smug with this and be like, see, I told you. Trump says he's not doing that stuff. See, we can trust Trump.
Think tank that literally has the same slogan as Donald Trump.
He said he wasn't about Project 25.
And they might have reported on that ahead of time instead, but they didn't. Go ahead,
And
Jake.
his top staffers were connected to it, including Kellyanne Conway, et cetera. So these guys are definitely in charge. And one of the Trump,
yeah, no, we figured it out. Good job. Good reporting, TYT.
Staffers on his campaign team said they're not the transition team, but they kind of are. They said, he said, in effect, they are. Because we didn't have time to plan it. And here's a hilarious part of the story before I get to the worst part of the story. They said Trump is superstitious, so he didn't want to talk about a transition team at all before he won, which then greatly delays them. I get it, but at the same time, it's kind of funny. Like,
yo, 218, thanks for the sponsorship.
You got to do preparations, whether you're superstitious or not. That's not measuring the drapes, right? Which I think Hillary Clinton almost literally did. Her team was like talking about furniture in the White House. Oh, that's so embarrassing. All right, anyway, so now here comes the worst part. So Project 2025 had those terrible parts where you could use the Justice Department to go after your enemies, et cetera. And we were worried about it. Thank God that's not in there. But already,
thank God that's not in there. Oh no, Cenk. Oh no.
The things that Anna read you are disastrous. We're going to go backwards on climate change. We're going to end funding for Planned Parenthood. But what did you think was going to happen under a Trump term, right? So these are things that, by the way, almost all Republicans want. So Republican politicians. So that's what you were going to get with Republicans. But wait, they add more. Politico says it has also expressed support for declaring Antifa a domestic terrorist group and making Trump's tax cut legislation permanent.
Chat.
So
I don't trust Jink and Anna to be able to tell you this part, but I will, okay? What is Antifa? It's an idea. It's being against fascism, right? It's not an organization. You can't get an Antifa card. You can't pay dues to Antifa. There's no Antifa. There's a Proud Boys. Like if you wanted to join the Proud Boys back in the day, but before they lost their name in a court case, you would, you could sign up for a local affiliate that was affiliated with a national organization. There's no similar thing for Antifa. And the people that get called Antifa are like anyone and everyone that shows up at a protest that has like strong political overtones. What I'm telling you, chat, is that who is Antifa? It could be you. Even if you don't think like that, even if you don't you think you know what Antifa tactics are and you don't agree with those, and you're just gonna show up to oppose an obvious overreach in power. It is not hard, since the organization doesn't exist, for Trump to consider anyone and everyone to be part of Antifa. So that measure sounds like, opening the door to banning free speech, to banning protesting.
Tax cuts are going to be monstrous. I was debating Representative Dan Crenshaw on Piers Morgan last night or yesterday, and he said, "Oh, forget lowering corporate taxes. We want to try to take away all corporate taxes. That means you, the regular average American, has to pay way more in taxes to make up for the fact that corporations won't be paying them anymore." This is a highway robbery, but that pales to, in terms of our freedoms as Americans. First of all, to the first thing I read you, Antifa doesn't even exist anymore.
Okay, thank you, God. I'm surprised that Jink got that right. Did he say anymore?
It pales to, in terms of our freedoms as Americans. First of all, to the first thing I read you, Antifa doesn't even exist anymore. I don't know if it ever existed. I guess some dudes called themselves Antifa at one point, but have you heard of Antifa?
Yeah, we are the Antifa. You can't be anti-fascist without our signing off on it. That's how it works. Yeah, Jake, they're patenting the idea of being anti-fascist.
Last couple of years, nothing. Where's no protest, no nothing. You know why? The guys whoever they were that went to a couple of protests, just so typical of the left wing, decided that there should be no organizational structure. So you know what happens when there's no organizational structure? There's no organization. And so they just kind of melted into the woods, right? And it was the most overhyped thing in the world to begin with. But that's not the important part, guys. When they say Antifa is a domestic terrorist group, they're just gonna call everyone Antifa that protests them.
Okay, he got it.
So now Israel's plan of calling all of their enemies terrorists.
Was this kind of before Jink's MAGA turn, though? This is just like a few days after the election.
Has come to America. And so under Trump, if this is right, and Politico is reporting it about this group that is going to be in charge, people who protest Donald Trump might be called terrorists. And you know what they do to terrorists. So
actually, we don't. I mean, we know what American presidents and military have done to terrorists in the past, or people they call terrorists, but we don't know what Trump will do to people. Like, I would suspect, though, that it's going to be worse than whatever precedent you can look back to.
Buckle up. Brace for impact.
What do they do to terrorists? Like, I want to know what you think is going to happen to protesters.
Oh, if they call them terrorists.
Oh, look at this. Look at Anna's doubting. She's like, what? This is conspiracy theory, Jink.
Do you think they're not going to arrest them?
Oh, they might arrest them. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so first of all, the guys who didn't.
She's got no problem with that, though.
Cancel culture and believed in freedom say if you protest us, forget canceling your well-paid gig at a college university. We're going to put you in jail, in prison. Mm-hmm. So do you think they give terrorists a 6-month sentence or 20-year sentence or a life sentence? And that's assuming that they don't go full Israel and start killing the terrorists. Because once somebody's a terrorist, you can do anything you want to them. So I hope to God it doesn't actually happen. But right now, that think tank says that they are going to do that.
This is kind of how I remember Jink through the election. There was a lot of cringe, but he's generally on the right side, sometimes even calling the Trump administration out as fascist and/or I think he did say they were Nazis at one point too. And then just completely walking it back. Like, no, we want to have a beer with them. We need to have a beer with, they're not Nazis. They won, so we're gonna have a beer. Anyway, chat, I wanted to take a look. I found this video of
is to restore
this is Elon Musk's son. This is X, right? Look at what he's saying to Trump.
is to restore democracy. Prices from one year to the next are the same, and they're partnership with the agency heads, and I checked recently with the president to make sure that these.
Wait, there's one more. Wait, why did it get muted?
I'll be signing a very important deal today. It's Doge, and I'm going to ask Elon to tell you a little bit about it.
Prices from one year to the next are the same, and they do complain. And the fraudsters complain the loudest and the fastest as part of the presidency is to restore democracy. Okay.
He says you're not the president and you need to go away.
The loudest and the fastest as part of the presidency is to restore
He is not the president and he needs to go away.
Democracy.
There's one video where it's a little bit more clear, yeah, that he's saying you're not the president.
Okay, we'd have to if you sorry. So you gravitas.
How many people want to bet that Elon's son learned Trump is not the president from Musk himself?
Can be difficult sometimes.
Anyway, I just thought that was funny. Trump's reaction, yeah, it was really funny. Trumpers are saying that the kid isn't saying any of that stuff. No, the kid is saying Boorns. The kid is not booing. The kid is not he's saying Boorns. God, how the fuck was Grimes married to Elon? I can't fucking believe that, chat. What the fuck? How did that happen? That's so wrong. Trump hates kids. I'm surprised he let that kid get so close to him. I guess Elon owns him. That kid's got to go to, yeah, Boorns. They should put a bet on Polymarket about if the kid said it or not. We'll have to wait till the kid grows up and so it clarifies what his words were there. Musk's little human shield just echoes things his father says about Trump. Quite possibly, or maybe things that his father used to say about Trump. Maybe his father changed his tune. Is that how Musk talks about Trump in private? Yeah, possibly. Kind of shocked Trump is tolerating having some toddler. Oh yeah, he famously hates kids. If I see this child one more time in those propaganda videos? There were a lot of, but yeah, I don't want to, snitch on this kid, but he was picking a winner. He was uninhibited about digging for gold in his own nose. And I feel like didn't he put his finger in Elon's ear afterwards? That's a son that doesn't die from the woke mind virus. He tells his kid he's the real president. That's possible too, Infallible Foul. That I like that theory. Yeah, Jink is actually saying some base stuff there. Shocking. That is a little bit. They bonded over Rocco's basilisk, which is one of those things. Wait, who did the? Oh God, you're right, Ophelia. That is wild. Yeah, Grimes has a song called "We Appreciate Power," And they bonded over talking over Rocco's Basilisk, which is one of those things where people who think they are smart. Yeah, Rocco's Basilisk is like a Pascal's wager for like midwit pseudo intellectual like edgelords. But yeah, it's weird. It's like the idea, if there's going to be an AI eventually that takes over the world and gets control over everything, then wouldn't that AI be omnipowerful and therefore be able to go back into time and punish anyone who did not help it come into being? I think that's the thought. That's the basic concept of Rocco's Basilisk. So it's just not. It's annoying yet persistent. And you know, Grimes' song "We Appreciate Power" seemed to be a nod to, you know, the idea of, I don't know. We all saw that video. Which one? Wait, there's a video where they talk about Rocco's modern basilisk. I remember seeing that photo op she did where she's reading the Communist Manifesto. Oh my god, that's an early NCC opening screen. I don't even know where I have that. But that was an opening screen that Vamps made for me. Back when, I think it was like shortly after she divorced Elon. Yeah, it wouldn't be, he wouldn't be the only kid if that's if that ended up being true, Joshua. I think there's at least one other child of Elon that Elon's oldest child should try to appeal to her siblings. Kyle Hill's got a video on the basilisk. The goddamn basilisk. See, the thing is, like, I feel like if I was gonna take that shit seriously, I'd be like, okay, so how do we fight it? Like, I wouldn't be like, you know, I should just give up and, you know, acknowledge this thing is, you know, this fucking AI is gonna take over everything. And I want to be on its good side when it does. Like, I just, it's like, you know, you make a calculation at some point that a world without freedom is not a world that's worth living in. And however narrow the odds are, you shoot your shot. But I mean, that's me taking this thought experiment way more seriously than it deserves to be taken. But it's just like, who are these people that are like, oh no, let's make a deal with the basilisk. Maybe we could get on the basilisk. But like, it kind of does, like, if anything, like, look, if you want to see the Rocco's basilisk as like a modern myth, as having like some kind of like, you know, Jungian, you know, being like a Jungian explanation for the modern, mindset, it would be about people that calculate to, like Eric Adams, to get on Trump's good side. Yeah, that's right. AI ain't taking me over, not without a fight. That Hitler Jr. kid has to be extremely warped, possibly. I think China's AI, yeah, DeepSeek, right? DeepSeek has been giving me advice about Minecraft. Like, seriously, what the fuck, DeepSeek? How do you know so much about Minecraft? Taking Rocco's basilisks seriously is how the terrorists win, yeah. Oh my god, chat, I didn't realize I was like off screen. How long was I like over here and like off screen for? That's not good. I'm gonna have to adjust my setup. Well, one setup I'm gonna have to look at adjusting maybe is the poll of the bonus content. We have, it looks like 156 votes. 157 votes. 157 of you have voted on the bonus content poll. Of those 157, 48% have chosen the new North Star H3 video. That's in first place. Second place is the Zizians, of course. The vegan Sith cult. You know, what could be more appealing than becoming a vegan Sith? And, well, I mean, these people have a certain feelings towards landlords. Let me just put it that way. There's a lot to this whole Zizian thing, and that's in second place, right? In third place, we have new What If Alt Hist video essay, and in fourth place, we have more Ryan Beard Destiny Nuke. DeepSeek is only one of China's AIs. Well, the other ones, are there other ones that are better at Minecraft? Was watching Asmongold videos? Wait, somebody asked it and it said I was too drunk to understand this thought experiment, Basilisk. Yeah, hello to you too, your neighborhood friendly Merc. Pro-Zizian content, says Narwhal by Nature. We are at 86% of that dono goal. So, I don't know, it might happen. Wait, are they laughing at Mitch McConnell here for being unhappy that RFK was confirmed? They're pretty pro RFK, aren't they?
About RFK Jr.'s views about the issue of vaccine. He goes on to say that, referring to Robert F. Kennedy Jr., a record of trafficking in dangerous conspiracy theories and eroding trust in public health institutions does not entitle Mr. Kennedy to lead these important efforts, referring to efforts to try to treat illnesses and disease.
Now, former Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell,
Narwhal by Nature with the 5 gifted memberships. Benny Bell, you just got weaseled. Nicole Mitchell, you just got weaseled. Christ Elijah, you just got weaseled. Lana's Tech 9, you just got weaseled. DK201, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. Tech pros tend to take it for granted that our technology will be what you see in movies someday. Well, it's weird for them to, like, I mean, considering that what we're dealing with here is large language models, right? That is not artificial intelligence, right? That's a big step down from actual AI, and yet we've all accepted it as that's what we mean when we say AI. Record of trafficking animal parts. That's right. And I'm guessing that's going to the Zizians. 15%. Is that right, Narwhal by Nature?
Republican might be the saltiest Republican in Congress at the moment because he has voted no on quite a few of Donald Trump's cabinet nominees. Cenk, thoughts?
Yeah, I think this one's complicated. So he's terrible on vaccines, but he could do something that would be heroic. So let's talk about that in a second.
All right, so let's talk about how many of the senators voted to confirm RFK Jr. as the Health and Human Services Secretary. So the 52-48 vote was largely along party lines, though Republican Senator Mitch McConnell of Kentucky once again joined the Democrats to oppose the nomination. McConnell has now voted against 3 of Trump's cabinet nominees, more than any other Republican senator. So the other 2 that he voted against include Pete Hegseth for Defense Secretary and Tulsi Gabbard as Director of National Intelligence. Tulsi Gabbard was also confirmed yesterday for her position. Now, getting back to Kennedy, he will now serve as the nation's top public health official. And while he certainly has some issues, many of which we've talked about on this show, especially in regard to his views on vaccinations, this little excerpt from Politico is pretty interesting. So they write that from drug makers to doctors' organizations, groups thought to have the clout to steer policy and funding in Washington because they enjoyed bipartisan support and huge lobbying budgets have remained silent about Kennedy. And that's not because they aren't worried, writes Politico, but because they didn't think they could stop him or think the cost of speaking out would be too steep. 5 people representing health groups granted anonymity to speak candidly said. By staying mum, they hope to limit fallout if Kennedy follows through on his plans to strip the industry, meaning the healthcare industry, to the studs. So to be sure, pharmaceutical companies and the healthcare industry is actually really worried about him. And they should be, because something that you and I have noticed, Cenk, that I think a lot of people still don't believe us on, and I don't blame them, is that there is this faction of the Republican.
Your headcanon. This is your headcanon, Anna.
Base that wants things to change, similar to how the left-wing base wants things to change. So I'm going to give you a very specific example. This was during my interview on Megyn Kelly's show yesterday. I brought up the issue of Medicare and how our Medicare system is unable to negotiate drug prices. And I want you to pay close attention to how she reacted to this. Take a look.
Wait, she was on Megyn Kelly's again? I mean, there was like a few weeks ago she was on Megyn Kelly.
But he would go down as the most popular president in American history if he allowed for Medicare to negotiate drug prices. So Americans and our Medicare system wasn't being price gouged by pharmaceutical companies.
Why won't he do that? I mean, I know why he won't lower the retirement age for Social
I hate both of their audios for different reasons.
Security, and he doesn't want to make any Medicare cuts or do anything that's going to increase costs for seniors. But why wouldn't he allow Medicare to negotiate costs?
Honestly, I think if this issue was brought to him by anyone in a very serious way, he would attempt to do it. He doesn't really care about
maybe Dr.
what
Oz
is or isn't allowed, right? So yeah, I mean, that would be incredible. I don't think that he's paying attention to that, but I think if you talk to him and ask him to work on that issue, it could really save the American
maybe
taxpayers
RFK will do
a
it.
lot of money. That would
What
be
about
fantastic.
that, Anna?
I mean,
this isn't something I spent a lot of time on, but like this sounds like something that wouldn't typically be done because most people are beholden to the drug companies who don't want this. And RFKJ is not beholden to the drug companies. That's one of the great things about him. That's one of the things the left.
What did she call him?
Be done because most people are beholden to the drug companies who don't want this. And RFKJ is not beholden to the drug companies. That's one of the great things about him. That's one of the things the left hates about him.
Did she say RFKJ? Like RFK Jr.? Okay, I got it.
But
wow.
He, technically oversees Medicare now. And well, when he gets confirmed, which is going to be tomorrow. And Dr. Oz.
Yeah, I'm sure that RFK Jr. and the Trump administration will be looking to make things better for the little people. Yeah, RFKJ is in, I think the J is for junior somehow.
Directly oversees Medicare and Medicaid. And so like, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they actually will touch the untouchable.
Touch the poop? What are we talking about?
Would embarrass Democrats so much if they managed to do that. It would be the most embarrassing thing for Democrats who claim.
She's like, yeah, please don't throw me in the Medicare price reduction bush.
who claimed under the Biden administration that they were going to do it, but they're beholden to the pharmaceutical companies as well. So look, some people might not take kindly to the framing, but you got to frame things in a way that speaks to the right. And I just find it hard to believe that right-wing voters.
Look, I wish you could fucking psyop them like that. I wish you could trick them into being like, ooh, the Democrats would hate it if you approved lowering drug prices for Medicare. They would just they would make them seethe. You want to drink liberal tears? Oh, the liberal tears would be a flood.
Want to be like
the thing is, she thinks she's smarter than right-wingers, and she's actually not. She's not. She's the one who's underestimating their intelligence.
By the pharmaceutical industry and
I mean, they're assholes, and you know, as often as not, they vote against their own best interests, but they're not stupid, Anna.
Gouged when it comes to our Medicare system, paying for pharmaceutical drugs for the elderly. Like, I'm sure they don't want that. So let's work together and actually get something done. Because the methods that we have relied on so far, which is relying on corrupt politicians in Congress to do it, has not really worked out so well. And to draw attention to the fact that, you know, there are corrupt members on both sides of the political aisle, and that we need to do something about that in order to actually accomplish the right policies as it pertains to Medicare, I think is the right way to go about it. But we'll see. We'll see what happens.
So I want to get back to your framing in a second, and I want to tell you this story actually is one of the
oh my god, they need to tag this shit, right? This is a genre of TYT story, and the genre is speculative headcanon about the different factions in MAGA that may or may not exist.
Telling quotes of all time from a senator, so I'm going to come back to that too. First, starting on what you told Megyn Kelly, I think that's exactly right, Anna. And so I did a tweet that was very similar, and so well received by Megyn Kelly, really well received by MAGA.
You kissed her butt and she liked it? What? What?
Online. You know why? So we might get super frustrated at them on social issues and other issues, etc. But they're also American citizens, and they also pay drug prices, high drug prices. And I don't know anyone who's like, oh yeah, I'd like to pay more so that giant pharmaceutical companies.
Yeah. Megyn Kelly's really sweating the drug prices that she.
By the way, charging us like 4 times more than other developed nations, 10 times more, 20 times more, so that they can get richer. No one's actually in favor of that other than the corrupt, right? So when you talk about framing, Anna, that's exactly right. Who's in charge right now? Is it Democrats or Republicans? Whether we like it or not, it's Republicans. So if you're
that's why we're going to kiss their asses.
Framing is, you guys suck, man. I bet you suck. Oh, you'll never do it. You're racist. How does that help? If you say, hey guys, do you hate drug prices being this high and for no reason? They go, yeah, I hate drug prices being high. Do you like the fact that the drug companies can set their own prices? Does that sound like free market?
Look, tell me about it when you've got it in a Republican bill. And if you do have it in a Republican bill, that's probably going to be the bill that cuts the fuck out of Medicaid, that cuts the fuck out of SNAP, that like eliminates the Department of Education, that increases the amount that student loan payers are gonna have to pay back every month, right? That's gonna be a shit sandwich, and the fucking Medicare thing is gonna be a little tiny olive on the top. You're gonna be like, look, like just wait until you get that olive on the top. I don't even think they're gonna give it to you, even if you can get a MAGA person to say, I think that paid family leave would be a good idea, or I think that lower negotiating prices for Medicare would be a good idea. Even if you could get them to say that, that is different than getting it in a bill. All right? You have got to not just engage the MAGA and get them to admit that like one thing that, is a priority for you is something that they would like too. You got to get them excited. You got to get them hyped about that to the point where they won't stop calling their, member of Congress. And you're not there. You're not even close, Jake. This is not their priority, even if they will agree with you on some common sense stuff like this that, doesn't sound like a giveaway to whatever group they most hate, right? It doesn't mean that they'll put it in the bill.
To you guys? No, doesn't sound like free market. You know why? Because it isn't free market. It's total and utter corruption. And you're absolutely right. So it's bipartisan. So the idea that like somebody wrote online to a comment on my tweet that, this is just the Republicans that do it. And then somebody else wrote, no, it's just the Democrats that do it. That's not, no, they both definitely take gazillions of dollars from pharmaceutical companies. This rule exists because both sides are infinitely corrupt. George W. Bush started this. Barack Obama made a deal with the drug companies to maintain this so that he could pass Obamacare. They're so powerful. The president has to negotiate and say, okay, I'll let you be corrupt and rob the American taxpayers, honestly, by the end of this, trillions of dollars. Why? Why does Obama need to do that? Because he knows not only were the Republicans corrupt at the time, but his own party in Congress would have never passed the bill because they would have asked for permission from their donors and would not have received that permission. The quote I'm about to give you is a perfect example of that in a second. So, but we have the populist plank on tyt.com, and it's 6 things that almost all Americans agree with. And
so understand the whole like trajectory of this. I mean, sorry, the framing of this piece, right? Salty Republican fumes about RFK Jr. confirmation. I mean, look, fuck Mitch McConnell, all right? Fuck Mitch McConnell. But he was upset about RFK. He voted against RFK, to my understanding, because Mitch McConnell, as a child, suffered from polio. How is TYT laundering RFK to the point that we are halfway through the video now and we haven't heard anything about his vaccine opinions, right? All of this is just speculation. Well, maybe he'll negotiate for, with Medicare or negotiate all drug prices, right? Maybe.
There it is, negotiate all drug prices. Okay, so that is in the 80s in approval. And if people knew exactly what it meant, I think it'd be at 98% in approval. And I would say to Republicans and the Trump administration and RFK Jr.
Jink, where did you get that font? Where did you get that font, sir?
And Dr. Oz, why not be a hero? Why not do the most popular things first? Why make yourself unpopular by going, I'm gonna go after the polio vaccine or something nuts like that? You'll lose the whole country. Why don't you do things that are intensely popular first? And would it embarrass the Democrats? Look, Biden, to be fair to him, did negotiate drug prices on 10 drugs, eventually, kind of, maybe. Insulin immediately, yes, that was true, okay? 10 out of tens of thousands of drugs. Obama didn't lift a finger, right? Trump in his first term didn't lift a finger. All that populist talk, and he didn't do anything either.
I mean, that sounds pretty tasty, Tajium.
So this time around, this is what the test that we have to ask MAGA, Trump, and everyone else. Are you guys real populists?
You are a barnacle on MAGA's butt, Jink. They don't give a fuck about you. What is wrong with you? You are the last little piggy to get on that Trump teat, okay? You are getting next to nothing. In fact, that might not even be a teat. That might be a mole that you're suckling off of on Trump's ass. Oh my God, chat.
Or are you enormously full of crap? The only thing we could do is pose that question. They're the ones who are going to answer that question. Now, let me get to the senator's quote because it's just perfect for describing how Washington works.
What,
so this
Mitch McConnell? No.
From North Carolina, he's a Republican. He said,
wait, are they not talking about, are they not, no, it's Mitch McConnell. They're definitely talking about Mitch McConnell.
About the pharmaceutical industry and their lobbyists. Quote, I believe that silence is consent, meaning that they're not objecting to RFK Jr.'s nomination. Quote, the fact that they haven't opposed Kennedy publicly suggests to me that folks that I'm instructed by are okay with this nomination.
Oh my God.
I told you, okay? So these senators are the most corrupt people in the whole country. They're not the best of us. They're the absolute worst of us. But thank you for the confession, Senator Tillis. The people I am instructed by, that is who the lobbyists are. So if you ever wonder why those 6 enormously popular things in the populist plank never pass, even though the overwhelming majority of the country is in favor of it, overwhelming majority of Democratic voters and Republican voters are in favor of it, it's because the senators get instructed to not pass popular bills by the people who control them through legalized, unadulterated bribery.
Yes. In fact, not a lot of members of the private health care industry were willing to go on the record for this Politico piece. There was one guy, though. His name is George Benjamin. He's the executive director for American Public Health Association, which is a group that basically looks out for the financial interests of the.
I gotta say this, all right? I am not trying to be mean. I am not trying to be judgmental. But clearly, Anna Kasparian is a different person than she was before. Now, I don't literally mean that. I just mean that the personality that we're getting here is not contiguous with the personality that you would have seen on TYT a few years ago, right? And it makes me wonder, was she kind of like putting on, you know, the personality that we're more familiar with? Is she, you know, did she have to develop this? Like, what happened, Anna? What actually happened?
Private healthcare industry. So he says in this Politico piece that the healthcare industry thinks RFK Jr. is the wrong person for the job. With good respect to all my buddies, they're making the false assumption that if they stay silent, they will get something in return. Now, Kennedy has suggested that hospitals, doctors, and drug makers work together to keep Americans sick, argued that the industry influence needs to be ripped away from federal policymaking, insinuated that health institutions intentionally bury inconvenient evidence, and proposed lopping off entire parts of the health regulatory structure. Now, all of that sounds good with the exception of the very last part, because what does that mean? What kind of
I thought he was going to start lopping off parts as some kind of medieval medicine that he wants to practice.
Are we talking about lopping off? But you know, during his confirmation hearing, he also criticized the influence of healthcare companies over the Department of Health and Human Services. He complained about the high cost of pharmaceutical drugs, and he also called out the overprescription of pharmaceutical drugs by doctors. But look, I want to be as clear as possible and comprehensive as possible as we do this story, because this is not some sort of done deal. And while there's reason to be somewhat optimistic in regard to what RFK Jr. might do in regard to pharmaceutical drugs, there's also some foreshadowing that you should know about. So Big Pharma is hoping that Kennedy is more bark than bite, and there's reason why they're hoping that. So Trump took 3 hours to dine at his Mar-a-Lago club with Kennedy and executives from pharmaceutical giants, and later said Kennedy would.
This is like what Trump did to him on the airplane. Wasn't there like, I don't know, I never like looked into this, but there was like a picture of Kennedy, I think was he eating like a burger or something from McDonald's? Like he's on a plane with Trump and his friends and they're eating McDonald's. And the joke here is that Kennedy would never eat something like McDonald's. He's a very specific diet that he follows. And, you know, Trump is like making him, you know, do something he would never otherwise do.
Work with the industry, not against it. Kennedy has more recently partied with representatives of companies that make the weight loss drugs he once railed against. So look, Big Pharma is highly influential and humans are deeply, deeply flawed. While people like you and I, Cenk, don't really care much for the cocktail parties. In fact, I would rather not be at the cocktail parties. Others really do like and value.
Like Emma. Like Emma Vigeland. She loves the cocktail parties.
Shindig. So we'll see how it plays out. But for me, it's not so much the various individuals who have been nominated by Trump to serve.
Yeah, he's got to drink the methylene blue to make up for the French fries. I don't know. Yeah, he uses it as ketchup.
In his administration. This is about people power. This is about working together with like-minded
I don't even understand what the Kennedy Center is.
Americans on specific issues and applying pressure on our politicians to actually serve us what's in the best interest of Americans. And in this case, what would be in the best interest of Americans is allowing the Medicare system to negotiate for lower drug prices so we're not all getting fleeced by big pharma.
Yeah, last thing for me is, look, it's a topsy-turvy world. I mean, if you told me a decade ago that Megyn Kelly was going to agree with you that we should force Medicare to negotiate drug prices,
it's a topsy-turvy TYT is what it is. It really is. It's more like the world is topsy-turvy too, sure, but not like y'all. The world is not topsy and turvy in such a short succession of time.
The entire Republican Party was against that idea. 100% of the Republican Party was against.
You know, Megyn Kelly is another person who's reinvented her personality. Right? Her original personality did not get clicks, did not get views.
That's that idea. I would have told you there's no way. A decade from now, Megyn Kelly turns into a raging progressive. But now
she's not. And Anna knows it.
She's not a raging progressive.
Which
Let's
she
be clear.
isn't. Yeah, no. I don't want anybody to mistake what I'm saying. That's my point. She is not a raging progressive, yet she agrees with us on that. So please note.
Oh my God.
Realignment that's happening. Like, I know that people that are in the old world, left versus right, Democrat versus Republican, they can't get that out of their heads. They're all evil. Everything they say is evil, etc. But how about when they say something that we're saying? How could that be evil? I don't mean we as in the Young Turks. I mean we as in the left. So take yes for an answer. Now, last thing is, guys, it doesn't mean they're gonna do it. It's a giant if, right? And so the only people who can answer that question is them. So, but should we give them credit if they actually get this done? My answer to that is, of course. So what are we like? But there is a real line of thinking here that if Trump does something we always wanted, we should yell at him anyway, and we should be upset about that because Trump's gonna get the credit. I honestly,
you love to work yourself to that talking point. It doesn't feel organic, it doesn't feel natural. But you're like, oh, by the way, if Trump does something good, I'm gonna say it's good. The rest of you're gonna be like, oh no, I think it's good, but just because Trump did it, I'm gonna say it's bad. What is this, the power of positive thinking? What does the bro think he's doing? Is he using the secret chat? Is this a secret technique? He's gonna manifest his wish that Trump would somehow magically be progressive through sheer meme magic.
Honestly, hold on, Anna. That says to me that you don't care about the American people. You don't care what bills actually pass and affect their lives. You don't care that their drug prices are too high and some of them can't even take.
Here he is on his soapbox again.
Those drugs and they wind up dying. It means you don't care about the voters at all. All you care about is BS political partisan games. And I don't care about that at all. If Trump passes all the things
super cringe vamps
we want, I'll give him infinite credit. Is that likely to happen? No, it's not likely to happen. We'd be super lucky to get 2 or 3. But if he passes those things that we wanted, hell yes, I'm gonna give him credit. And
you are the most annoying man on the face of the earth. What are you?
Someone who doesn't is fundamentally dishonest.
There you go. Fundamentally dishonest. All right, thank you so much, Cenk Uygur. We're gonna do some bonus content, aren't we? All right, has anything changed? Looks like the new North Star video is at 50%. The Zizian's at 20%. That makes this looks like we're slightly on the side of the new North Star radio video on Ethan Klein, H3 Ethan. You have arrived, Funkmaster Call. Welcome. National Symphony Orchestra plays at the Kennedy Center. My classmate from... How did Trump take it over then? What's up with that? So yeah, it's looking like we're gonna be doing the North Star radio video. The radio video. The video radio. It's this one right here. Ba-dang! Radio killed the video star. No. I don't think that's the reference. In fact, I think I got that backwards. Everything I said on this video is simply an opinion. The video is for educational purposes only. I'm not associated with Ethan or H3, and everything said in this video is speculation based on my own observation. Here we go. It's like a movie. It is a movie.
I've never in my entire career been against such a dishonest, like hateful, persistently, like they're dirty, they don't care, they'll outwardly lie. This is an ongoing like joke with this community. These are just benign dudes, just I don't know what they're doing.
Benign dudes.
Doing charity or something.
They're benign.
Water or boxes or something, like they're helping. This is what it is online. Hassan's community are the most psychotic people on the internet. He's a liar, dude. I hate to say it, but I do think it's related. I mean, it's kind of like, it's kind of Stalinist. The way that they'll just lie and say anything to frame it.
Just like Stalin.
Anyone for anything. It had just been discovered around the same time as this Arab tier list that Twitch had secretly, without announcing it anywhere, banned the entire country of Israel from creating new accounts.
Oh, the Bloomberg article?
Just like in too deep on whatever the certain narrative is that they're committed to. I feel like the reason I brought it up was mainly to express the frustration with Bibi and him firing the one guy that was somewhat, attempting at moderation. It wasn't really so much to say Gallant is a good...
I mean, I don't know. If you're gonna... Look, it is a general rule. If you're gonna attest to somebody being like a really good person, maybe somebody that you know the name of, that's not just like that one guy. Who was that one guy? I don't know. It's just so weird. It's so weird that that's where, she's like, oh yeah, wasn't there that one guy that was way better than Netanyahu, and it's a good guy. Oh, the guy that called people human animals? That guy? Yeah, no, not a good guy.
I shouldn't have used that word. That was a bad choice on my part, considering stuff that he has said that I was not even thinking of. There's no room to allow...
They have to win.
Anything that deviates a little bit from no, this is the bad guy, this is the good guy.
All right, so these guys are clearly the bad guys.
There's nothing in between.
There's a story. They have a story that they cannot deviate from, no matter what. The artist I wanted to collaborate with decided I don't want to be associated.
It's more than a little bit of projection.
Because I'm Israeli. When we talk about how serious the rise in anti-Semitism, this is why it's scary for us. It's now so casual to just not want to associate with an Israeli just because I was born there. And this is the result of Hassan's type of activism. This is the result of this activism that this is the result of Hassan's activism. This is what it resounds to. This is the fault of...
That's what it resounds to? Oh my God, Ethan. Oh my God. Oh my God. Is that what it resounds to, Ethan? Is that right? This music is...
People like Hassan. Zero progress for people in Gaza.
Last week, Ethan Klein released the long-awaited content nuke on Hassan Piker, his magnum opus, 2 months in the making, designed to end the career of Hassan Piker and anyone else in his political Twitch streaming orbit. Well, not anyone. Mostly just Arabs and Arab women in particular. This video, from a metric standpoint, was a success. I mean, the H3 podcast...
compare it to any other video on that channel. Right, I've actually seen Like it's performing anyway. It's hard to gauge because yeah, he let that channel just go. He let that channel just go without any videos for a really long time, and that obviously does something to your algorithm. But yeah, he's getting like 80% of what a normal video on his channel would get.
Hasn't hit 1 million views in 3 months. The last 1 million view video being entirely about Hassan.
Oh, well, you're comparing his lives to his videos, though.
Ethan seemed to notice this trend and decided to go all out on a 2-hour crash out content nuke to get it all off his chest.
I like the speculation, though. Like, I like that you're thinking about, like, why did Ethan do this?
Or so we hoped, as the last 3 episodes of the H3 podcast have also been entirely about Hassan Piker. And in those 3 episodes, Ethan has really dug his own grave, showing us all that he truly is a shell of his former self.
Someone who has any sort of kindness in their heart.
I'm unkind now.
Wait, what is he talking about?
I'm a meanie head. He says, you have to...
Super meanie butt. It's the technical term for it, Ethan.
be a total meanie head to make that video he made.
Super meanie butt.
Did you just call me a meanie head?
What? We're talking about kindness?
Yeah, are we doing... What?
No, Ethan, I called you a super meanie butt.
We're way past that, Hassan. We hate you.
Yeah, no, it's...
Did you not get the memo?
I mean, what's kind about
I got it now.
telling survivors
Yeah.
that they're lying?
I'm currently working on a video.
Oh my god, I saw that. Ethan is chewing Zens now. Wait, he's not actually chewing. You mean he's putting it between his lip and his teeth, right? Not actually chewing. That's a figure of speech, right? He's ripping a Zen. Yeah, I that's God, what's next? Is he gonna pull a Zuckerberg? It just like changes like wardrobe and his hair.
By point through the content nuke and debunking the obviously incorrect claims. But today, I just want to take a quick look at the fallout of this nuke. Because Hassan is still averaging 40,000 live viewers, Ethan is still widely hated by the internet, and Ela Klein is losing business partnerships. The content nuke aimed for Hassan has backfired in an incredibly satisfying manner.
Oh my god, hey, this video is kind of incredibly satisfying, Comrade Casey. Brought to you by VPN, what was it again? What was the VPN that sponsored him? Here we go.
Today's broadcast is brought.
Let's go. Is it Nord?
Become a member today and unlock it.
Was it really Nord?
At patreon.com.
I thought it was something else.
On the first episode back, Ethan basically himself off reacting to his own video.
Oh, you missed it? Let me go back.
Express, yes. I think you're right.
Some high level here, Dan. I had to do it to...
Yeah, Manic Murder made Ash says Express VPN. I'm pretty sure that's right.
Tutorial for this part.
Telling a flag in the middle of campus, carried it to a mob by the gate that were communicating with the angry mobs outside of campus.
Untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, telling us that we are all inbred and that we have no culture.
Oh, again.
I believe it was a some kind of block swipe.
Yeah, block.
Yeah.
Very good.
And this is where Ethan's cognitive state comes into question.
Uh-oh.
It is so clearly not
Uh-oh.
okay. While reacting to Hassan's response to the content nuke, Ethan claims that he's never tried to be a comedian.
Very intelligent. Definitely not a hack-ass, failed-ass, dumbass comedian.
Bro, I've never tried to be a comedian, a failed comedian. What are you talking about? It's not even a sore spot for me or anything, because I'm not a comedian. I've never tried to be a professional comedian.
This is despite Ethan
And what are you?
calling himself a professional comedian over a dozen times throughout his career.
I'm a comedian. That's my job. I'm a comedian, right? I'm trying to make a joke. I know it looks crazy. I'm a comedian and people are laughing. Unlike you, I'm a comedian, not a journalist, so I have a little more leeway. I'm a comedian, you know what I mean? I criticize people. I'm a comedian. First of all, I'm a comedian, so anything I say being considered defamation is almost like impossible. I had an idea, you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. I'm a comedian, you know, I'm out here, I'm in different lanes. I'm a professional.
Oh no, that was the Chestnuts clip.
them. I'm a professional comedian. You know what I mean? I'm the last line of defense, okay? I'm a professional comedian. Do you know that?
You know you're winning the debate when you start bringing up theories about Hassan's dog, Kaya, or who cooks him food off camera.
Comedian, in air quotes. Still.
Ooh!
I didn't even hear what you said.
Not funny.
Air quotes.
Not funny. Just like you're a socialist. By the way, theory time, and I'm pretty sure I'm right. Hassan says he adopted his dog. He went all over LA looking for the perfect.
It is kind of wild. It is kind of wild that that's where he goes. He's like, theory time. What about Hassan's dog? He says he adopted it from a family on Craigslist. But
Perfect dog. Oh, I went to all of these pounds. I couldn't find the perfect dog. But then magically, off camera, I found on Craigslist this post where they were giving away $20,000 designer dogs. And I was so lucky. Hassan Piker. Can anybody find me a Craigslist post where they're giving away $20,000 designer dogs? Because I'd like to inquire. He bought that dog, and he doesn't want to admit it, obviously. And by the way, I don't know. That's not the only lie he tells about his personal life. I did a story about it, but people didn't pick it up. I don't give a f. This guy's a piece of shit. People need to ask Hassan who's cooking his chicken off screen. Who's cooking that chicken? Who's taking care of him? There's some.
that's right, Manic Mermaid Ash. We write at dawn.
He goes, don't tell anyone, though, for obvious reasons. Somebody's cooking his chicken, and they don't look like they're getting a piece of the pie either. You know what I mean? They're not on that socialist. They're not on that socialized workplace salary.
I forgot that this is where he brings up the chicken the first time.
You know what I mean? Cooking chicken's a big deal. That's integral to his daily routine. Of course.
We might have some more information about the chicken.
She's entitled to 1% of his profits. Duh. Socialism, bro. Live it, bro. Live it. Be the socialist you say you are.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. So this is the timeline. Oh my god. This is what I love about these videos. Is it puts it in the proper timeline. I didn't even realize this, right? But this, like, Ethan actually said the thing about Hassan's, housekeeper that he's speculating about before the Teddy Fresh lawsuit, or I guess it's a Teddy Fresh lawsuit. Their housekeeper lawsuit.
I think this is an important time to mention that it's well-known lore that Ethan was neglected as a child and was often sent to school with zero food to eat and zero lunch money.
My parents didn't take care of me as a kid. When they cooked, which was rare, it was just awful. I didn't eat. I would starve. It was that bad. I used to go to school. My parents wouldn't give me money, and they didn't make me a lunch. I would just starve. I would beg for food from my friends. Straight up, I would beg for food from my friends. I was fair enough. Homeless child.
Ethan can't even fathom the idea of a loving parent.
His whole shtick for the past year has been saying liberal Zionist talking points and then getting mad at everyone when they go, "Are you a Zionist?"
What liberal... Bro, the fantasy world that they've built is incredible. What is a liberal Zionist talking point?
Ethan did so much research for this video, but has yet to understand what a liberal Zionist talking point is. Here are just a few examples.
People who would like to criticize the army and Israel need to understand that it's a daily threat that something needs to happen about it. It's not like we have a choice.
When you talk about privilege, let's talk about someone who's going to UC Berkeley, paid by their parents $200,000 tuition, on campus protesting Israel. Do you find that ironic?
I personally think it's so ironic. I don't know. It's kids sitting here in like beautiful California criticizing, like, you don't even know what you're talking about.
What you hear is people criticizing national security and calling Israel like apartheid, and that they shouldn't have fences, or that Israel should be a one state with Palestinians and Israel's all living together. They should reduce the borders and remove the gate. That to me seems like super ignorant.
It is, because when I grew up, I couldn't really take a bus. I was afraid of blowing up.
Right.
And now it doesn't really happen. So the wall did help.
If there's a state of Palestine, it makes sense. But if you're in one state, all that's going to happen is like everybody is trying to bring as many people there as possible. And like by the time there frankly are a lot of Palestinians, right?
Oh, good point. Manic Mermaid, the way he shits on his upbringing and parents, like, and then has them on the, his parents are like a feature of his show.
Right, in the area. And once the Palestinians outnumber the Jews, basically anything is fair game for the Jews. Anything.
So in this response, Hassan calls out Ethan for, quote, crying like a bitch in their last conversation on Palestine.
You can talk to me in person, big dog. You got my phone number. We can have a conversation on your stream. We can have a conversation on my stream. Last time, I had the baby gloves on, and you cried like a bitch after doing Teddy Fresh ads in the midst of our genocide coverage.
Ethan sees this as an opportunity to dunk on Hassan.
Oh yeah, that was gross.
For being some sort of toxic masculinity frat bro.
So Hassan says, last time, which was our last conversation on his stream, I had the baby gloves on, which was part of, I was like, dude, why are you patronizing me? And he goes, and then you cried like a bitch. Once again, this dude is against toxic masculinity. Apparently he's...
Look, do you want to, like, you know what would be patronizing? It's like how he was treating you before. That was patronizing. What he did was just stop being patronizing and start being honest. That's the difference.
He's a role model for leftist values. The frat bro veneer is, it's rearing its head. I'm telling you, this whole left wing...
Do you know what a veneer is?
Illusion is falling to the wayside. You say it cried like a bitch.
And only 2 days after the fact, Ethan went on a misogynistic rant about denims, where he called her a disgusting bitch several times. Of course, while his crew was dead silent.
And yes, she is a fucking bitch. Somebody that laughs in the face of other fucking rape victims and immediately calls them liars, that's a fucking bitch of a person.
There are reports of Palestinian women in captivity talking about that experience.
Let's see. I found one of the sources. One of them ones that you quoted was like, I don't even know what the this is. Care.com. It's literally just like a little blurb. That's a huge claim.
Yeah. Veneers definitely have heads to rear.
Palestinian women were, what? I don't know what this is. What is this? Is this a source?
You're asking if it's credible.
Yeah. Yes, Care is credible. I think, at least.
What is
Care is
There's no source. She is earning the coveted distinction of being a fucking bitch. Congratulations. Enjoy the distinction. I've come here and I have made the distinction. I have decreed, let it be known, that Denims is a dumb fucking bitch. She deserved that. What she was doing,
He also complained about being called, ignorant on political questions.
Standing by every syllable of that, okay? What she did was abhorrent. And by the way...
Oh, and I got another shout out in this video. Thanks for keeping the Comrade Casey spirit alive.
You spent the next year constantly ripping into, suspiciously...
Ethan talks about this guy a lot.
A lot of... Not myself, but other people of color. I'm not calling myself a person of color. I know it's going to get clipped out of context here as well. And then you're going to be like, meh, whatever. No, just noticing that you have just been going after a lot of...
This guy is really throwing spaghetti at the wall. He's accused me of being racist. And that to me is like, my eyes rolled all the way in the back of my head if I had a seizure. Going after brown people, I'm assuming he's talking about people like Frogan and others who, by the way, I have never attacked unprovoked. Every single time I've talked about Frogan was a direct response to her. Every time. So what, she's brown? That's your takeaway? Is that because she's brown? That's the only reason I care that she's making fun of October 7th victims? That she's brown? That's for real? Are you being serious right now? Are you actually being serious right now? You're actually making this point right now. Okay, exactly. This is the brown people that he's talking about. Yeah, Casey, Comrade Casey, who's waiting for a hot, bodacious hijabi babe in the park.
Oh, God, I forgot about that.
Let's not forget about that. That's what woke leftist non-toxic masculinity looks like.
So this is the part of the video that I love so much. Because Ethan did basically zero research for his big content nuke that took 2 months, he makes a fool of himself twice with this one clip. First, it's on H3 Show 105, where Ethan reacts to a compilation of Hassan calling Jewish supremacists inbred.
Inbred. douchebags in the background.
Like these are just
dude.
dudes standing
a
back
nation
there.
entirely
Like,
comprised of messy.
And this is an ongoing like joke with this community. These are just benign dudes. Just I don't know what the they're doing. It looks like they're doing charity or something. It looks like they've got water or boxes or something, like they're helping.
Spoiler, they were not doing charity.
And he's going, oh, look at these f***s. It's like, bro, who are you? What are you? Who are you? Like, how dare you?
Yeah, so Ethan just straight up admits that he used footage as evidence in his content nuke without even understanding the context of the clip itself. It's almost like he didn't clip this himself from the original source, but instead found the clip online, probably on one specific subreddit. In this clip, Hassan is watching a group of Jewish supremacist Nazis basically blocking aid trucks from entering Gaza and stealing and destroying the aid inside. They're not doing charity like Ethan thinks they are.
This comes just days after Israeli settlers blocked aid trucks headed to Gaza.
He was like, charity.
Through the occupied West Bank from
Throwing the food down.
The incident shows settlers raiding the aid trucks, throwing food into the road and setting fire to vehicles at the Tarkumia checkpoint near Hebron in the occupied West Bank. Palestinian truck drivers say they fear for their lives after the attack.
We went to the checkpoint, and after the check, we were surprised to see settlers on the roundabout of the checkpoint. They damaged the cars, they tore the tires off the trucks, they threw the contents of the truck on the ground. We gathered some of the products and sent some of those products onto a bulldozer and sent them to the sheep farms. Around 15 trucks were damaged. Their hull was damaged, windows of the trucks were broken, some drivers were beaten, some of the products were thrown away, and the whole loss for Hebron is around $2 million.
And then on H3 Show 107, Ethan reacts to Hassan watching this clip, but once again takes it out of context and makes himself look like a fool all over again.
And at a certain point, people are going to be like, you're using these sorts of clips out of context?
Bro, he is so pathetic. First of all, he hasn't watched the video. And this is like one of his main go-tos for any...
Look, Ethan, would you feel better if you knew that Kaya has watched the video? Kaya watched the video. If there was anything that Hassan needed to address, Kaya would have told him.
Criticism. It's always like out of context, out of context, out of context. He hasn't watched the video. What's out of context, bro? Your reaction is out of context. You got no context.
Notice how you move the needle? You move the goalpost. I said that it's out of context. You demanded I describe to you what the context is. And you immediately moved on, and you're like, well, that's not the major point of the...
But you didn't...
What is he talking about?
Apparently a chatter is calling him out like, he says, how do you know the context? You haven't watched the video, I'm assuming. Was it? But then he goes, oh, really? Well, you moved the goalpost. It's like, but you didn't answer. You didn't tell him what the context is, so... There was no kick. When you move the goalpost,
Kaya...
further from the kick. There's no kick.
At a certain point...
No, don't nuke Kaya.
You don't understand, like, okay... Well, if this is incorrect, do you like being incorrect?
Can anybody tell me what the he's talking about? He hasn't watched it. He hasn't cited anything that's out of context. He's talking about, oh, you're incorrect and you like... What is he talking about? How do people watch him? He literally will talk and drone on about nothing. He just...
Yeah, that's right. Hassan's housekeeper was going to watch it, but Hassan needed extra chicken that day.
Regurgitates words. It's just word vomit.
Like, what are you talking about? You're making it seem like this is a formative work. It's very clear what the intention of the video is.
Dude, you haven't seen it.
And also, notice how you move the needle? You move the goalpost. I said that it's out of context. You demanded I describe to you what the context...
Do you think that Ethan is doing this, you gotta watch the video thing, as a reaction to the Goku Naru? Like, Goku Naru made a video on Ethan, and eventually Ethan reacted to it, but it took him, like, forever. Do you think it's, like, that kind of thing? That he's like, well, if they could force me to watch Goku Naru, then I can force Hassan to watch my video. Is he fighting yesteryear's battle?
Context is,
yeah,
and you immediately moved on, and you're like, well, that's not the major point of the video.
You didn't do the context thing. You didn't explain
At a certain point, you have to understand, like, okay, Well, if this is incorrect, do you like being incorrect? I guess you do.
How do you know they're incorrect? He's not. What is he saying?
If you missed it, here's the part of the video Ethan very conveniently skips over.
Chatter was asking for how certain things are clipped out of context. Here, this is a great example. Douchebags in the background,
these are just dudes standing back there,
entirely comprised of messy.
And this is an ongoing joke with this community. These are just benign dudes. Just I don't know what the fuck they're doing. It looks like they're doing charity or something. Like
benign dudes.
They're doing charity.
Wait.
Remember, by the way, this is a video that he quote unquote researched for months.
I feel like benign dude sounds like a clothing brand. You know, like limited release kind of stuff.
Or something like they're helping, and he's going, "Oh, look at these." It's like, bro, who are you? Who are you? Like, how dare you?
Guys, the Israeli police is investigating the attack on the Gaza aid convoy.
Israeli security forces are paid to stop this happening. They either could not or would not, but clearly did not prevent Israeli settlers attacking an aid convoy yesterday from the West Bank bound for Gaza, where, say aid agencies, hundreds of thousands of civilians face famine.
But during the unloading and loading, settlers attacked these trucks, destroying the products and burning them in a systematic act of sabotage.
A continuation of images seen yesterday as settlers destroyed food at the same crossing point.
So, does that make sense? Do you understand now? Every single clip that he used, every single one is exactly like this. Where's that one chatter who asked that question? I assume he f***ed off immediately after coming in and saying like, this is, now he said some other stupid shit. I mean, that's clearly not the messaging of the video. If you're saying his claim is you scared him, do you have any media literacy whatsoever? Do you think I need media literacy to understand a YouTube drama slop video? Like, what are you talking about? You're making it seem like
benign dudes is a coffee shop and artisan bakery, fair trade only.
This is a formative work. It's very clear what the intention of the video is. And also, notice how you move the needle, you move the goalpost. I said that it's out of context. You demanded I describe to you what the context is, and you immediately moved on, and you're like, well, that's not the major point of the.
But you didn't.
What is he talking about?
Apparently, a chatter is calling him out like, he says, how do you know the context? You haven't watched the video. I'm assuming it was. But then he goes, oh, really? Well, you moved the goalpost. It's like, but you didn't answer. You didn't tell him what the context is. So there's no kick. When you move the goalpost, you're moving it further from the kick. There's no kick.
Wait, I'm sorry. What is North Star showing that there's original stream?
It's gonna seem like this is a formative work. It's very clear what the intention of the video is. And also, notice how you move the needle, you move the goalpost. I said that it's out of context. You demanded I describe to you what the context is, and you immediately moved on, and you're like, well, that's not the major point of the.
But you did.
Is there like a difference?
Apparently, a chatter is calling him out.
Are we supposed to notice something here?
Like, he says, how do you know the context? You haven't watched the video. I'm assuming it was. But then he goes, oh, really? Well, you moved the goalpost. It's like, but you didn't answer. You didn't tell him what the context is. So there's no kick. When you move the goalpost, you're moving it further from the kick. There's no kick.
At a certain point, you have to understand, like, okay, well, if this is incorrect, do you like being incorrect?
Can anybody tell me what the he's talking about? He hasn't watched it. He hasn't cited anything that's out of context. He's talking about, oh, you're incorrect and you like, what is he talking about? How do people watch him? He literally will talk and drone on about nothing.
I mean, how can you be so confident in your hallucinations that you make such a foolish error? I guess when your very progressive audience gets replaced with Destiny fans who flood your subreddit with clipped out of context footage, that's how it happens. Oh, but Ethan doesn't know Destiny. So that can't possibly be the case, even though this post and this post and this post and this post were either from the Destiny
or from the. That's what was going on. Thank you, Shauna. The clip that Ethan is watching removed the. Oh yeah. He cuts out anything that's inconvenient. I mean, he's not going through. Yeah, he did the same thing to Denims, didn't he? Wait, a bunch of wannabe ring fighters in bad fitting suits hanging with an a-hole in a robe and a pointed hat that took the time to grow a beard is fucking funny.
H3 subreddit posted by someone active on the Destiny subreddit. I mean, just look at this chart from overlapping communities.
Oh, we got these.
The blowback from the content nuke really started to materialize in H3 show 106.
Hello, my friends. We are here. We are back. There's just way too much to talk about. Never ending, guys. Appreciate y'all being here. Thank you to Gamer Subs for sponsoring us today.
Thank you to the gang. What's up, people of the world?
The content nuke clearly didn't work as intended, so Ethan begins gleefully reacting to Trump saying he's going to ethnically cleanse the Gaza Strip, all the while Ethan blaming this on Hassan.
Trump has had some brilliant ideas on Gaza, once again reminding people that I voted and advocated for Kamala Harris, and Hassan did not.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it, too. Just can't go back. If you go back, it's going to end up the same way it has for 100 years. I envision a world, people living there, the world's people. I think you'll make that into an unbelievable place. I think the potential in the Gaza Strip is unbelievable.
And you know he's going to call it like the Trump Strip.
Mara Gaza. I've been
Mara Gaza.
Mara Gaza.
And I'll tell you who wouldn't be clearing out Gaza to build casinos. Kamala Harris.
I think it's
I
safe
can with
to say
100% certainty say that the two candidates are not the same. I did my part to stop this. I wish I could say the same for other folks. It's a shame. I want to say this right now. If you are a leftist who said, I'm abstaining from voting for Kamala. If you are a leftist who said Kamala and Trump are the same on this issue. If you are a leftist who voted for Jill Stein, I say this, and I know you guys are and pissing the bed and doing everything you can to pretend like this take is like the worst, dumbest, most outlandish, and also probably racist thing you could say. This is all in your lap, and you don't get to say shit. All these people are going to be like, Trump, I can't believe. No, you just sit down and take it, because this is all on you, and I don't give a what you say. This is what this kind of activism that Hassan and people like him, this is the outcome of their activism. It is, people need to start thinking about like, what is this level of activism we see of like extraordinarily extremist, zero nuance, straight up hateful, uncompromising, what is the outcome of this level of activism? What have they done for Gaza? Literally, what have they done for Gaza? What have they done for Gaza? Serious, I'm being dead serious. They've done nothing. They are ineffective, completely worthless as advocacy goes. A total failed movement.
And then the CEO of Teddy Fresh joined in on the blowback. What up, Ela Kleiners? She posted this on her Instagram story. This artist I wanted to collaborate with decided I can't be associated with because I'm Israeli. I've followed him for years, always supported him, and I have an original painting of his at my house. When we talk about how serious the rise in anti-Semitism is, this is why it's scary for us. It's now so casual to just not want to associate with an Israeli, just because I was born there. Where in this very short, polite email does it say anything about Ela being Israeli? I'm sorry, I can't be associated with this company. Thanks for the consideration. And Israel does not equal Judaism. How long is it going to take for these people to get this out of their heads? She then decided to call into the show and whine about her experience as a marginalized Israeli.
This is the result of Hassan's type of activism, where there's zero space. Forget nuance. I mean, it's like
we're gonna blame Hassan for literally everything.
It's just not how the world works.
It's all Hassan's fault.
It's just not how the world works. Should I out him?
It's not Alex Pardee, he's a saint. He's the best person.
Yeah, Alex is a sweetheart.
I don't know if is it morally okay to say who he is. Whatever you guys think, I don't care.
I mean, if I say who he is, it's probably just to get a bunch of snarkers buying his art, but I don't care. People should be. I mean, listen, it's not right. What an asshole response to, like, it's almost like he's, yeah, and by the way, like, he doesn't even dignify you with the response of like, it's like, no, you actually, I can't be associated with this company. That's it. And you guys have had a relationship, like, he knows you.
I'm just annoyed because it's not the first one. There's another person right now that is doing the same thing to me, somebody that I'm already working with. So, I don't know. This one really got to me because I have his art at my house, and it's like, what the do I do with that? I appreciate the art. I don't want to destroy it, but I also don't want it.
And this is
like, there's never any thought of like, is this maybe more about like Ethan's reactions and the show's reactions and like to with a content nuke and everything.
This is the result of this activism that
Hassan, this is a result of Hassan's activism. This is what it resounds to.
I feel like this is the result of your own actions, not Hassan's actions.
Alienation, hate, racism.
Yeah, there famously no alienation under capitalism.
And zero progress for people in Gaza.
You know what? I'm craving olives right now, chat, honestly, with like pimentos.
Zero. I mean,
he actively didn't help make sure we don't get Trump in office. So
that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
No, I hope he's happy with like Trump-Landia that we're gonna get there. There should be a Hassan Street there, the Hassan Square.
That's a good point. Hassan Piker Way.
Yeah.
I'll advocate for that, yeah.
There are so many different explanations for this, and if this person really did know Hila and have a relationship with her already, there's no way the reason is because she's Israeli. They would have known that. Did they just find out she's Israeli? It could be that he saw recent clips of her, I don't know, agreeing with Rudy Giuliani about 2-year-old Palestinians, or calling Yoav Gallant a good guy, or even older footage of her saying the apartheid wall is a good idea for her safety, or I don't know, the content nuke on Hassan. You yourself admit that this guy is a fan of Hassan, so he's probably very supportive of Palestine. Chances are this dude probably assumed you were pro-Palestine, was proved otherwise, and politely told you,
do I need electrolytes?
No longer wants to be associated with the company. Wait, what was the entire purpose of the content nuke on Hassan in the first place?
If you ever see Hassan rubbing shoulders with any...
Ooh, wait, are you saying,
let them know.
Wait, ghost peppers in the olives? You can put ghost pepper in there?
Politely, with all the civility in the world, what kind of person he is when he thinks mainstream media isn't watching. Help them understand that his name should be associated with people like Nick Fuentes and Alex Jones, other fringe, radical, political commentators. Number 2, Twitch.
Chat. On an unrelated note, I've told you before about my habit of when I wake up too early in the morning and you need to get back to sleep, I put on Pod Save America because it always puts me back to sleep. Like I always fall asleep. But this time it was weird, chat, because like I left it on while I was asleep, and they had a guest that I am sure was not Nick Fuentes. But somehow in my dream it was Nick Fuentes. It was Pod Save America interviewing Nick Fuentes because there was like one like economic issue that they agreed with or something, and they kind of just danced around the whole question of like, hey dude, aren't you a Nazi or something? Like they didn't. I don't know, chat. It was the weirdest dream in the world. Pod Save America interviews Nick Fuentes.
Must be held accountable. Twitch has proven that it will not change by choice. And so it is our moral imperative to enact that change through any reasonable...
These are all their sponsors. And listen, at a certain point, when you've pushed every button, pulled every lever, and nothing's working, when you've tried your best to give good faith feedback, and you think that something is that important to you, like you have, in my opinion...
The Pod Johns interview Nick Fuentes, yeah.
Moral obligation and what I see as a moral obligation to pull whatever lever you...
I mean, that's kind of scary when you think about it. When you imagine liberals just being like, yeah, let's have a little conversation with this Nick Fuentes fellow. Let's just reach across the aisle.
And I don't give a... I am not too proud, and I am not above, I don't give a shit, right? Like, if you've done something...
Megastar says moral imperative, these nuts. Pyro 4, he says he's reacting to his own content nuke. Oh yeah.
Something dumb enough that you can get easily by an email to the sponsors. That's something you have to reckon and deal with. I've been dealing with that my whole career. Okay.
I wasn't gonna say.
And that's your response to that, right? You've been attacked by people for doing, fair use stuff. You've been, I don't know, what else would he say? He's lost like sponsors or had people coming after his sponsors. And so the answer is like, no, but I definitely got to do that to other people now.
No, I'm not. I don't hide from it. Everybody knows that. Right. I've been dealing with it for my whole career. Okay. And it's just,
love it or leave it.
working with. It's something you got to deal
Wait, Love It or Leave It with Nick Fuentes and Biana Del Rio.
But like, be accountable, man. And you know, I have become accountable for a lot of things that people always send to the sponsors, and it's something you deal with. That's just life. And I think it's insane that all these brands are associating with Twitch when it's become a safe haven for extremist politics.
We all recall YouTube's adpocalypse.
No, I mean, the way that the dream worked was that, like, you know, obviously they didn't have Nick Fuentes on for real. Like, that didn't actually happen. They had some random guest, and while I was listening to it, I guess, and they were talking about the guest, I just imagined, like, the studio, and there's, like, you know, Jon Favreau and John Lovett and Tommy Vitor and whoever else, right? And they got Nick Fuentes, like, just with a stupid grin on his face, where he's like, he knows that they know that he's a Nazi, but that they can't say it. That's how it felt. It was this weird thing.
It happened.
The audio to Pod Save America plus the video that my mind created, imagining the most bizarre interview that would be a harbinger of the freaking apocalypse.
When ads were running over ISIS recruitment videos, and it caused a brand exodus. The same thing is happening now on Twitch, but instead of ISIS, it's the Houthis, Hamas, and Hezbollah. Dan Clancy's refusal to moderate extremists is the only reason for any of this. He is the sole person to blame. He had so many opportunities to stop this.
If you look back at the adpocalypse that took place on YouTube,
Ethan acts like nothing was done by Twitch about the music video thing. Oh yeah, no, Hassan was taken off the front page. That, and also they told him not to. I think they made that video illegal to watch, like post. Like, they didn't make it retroactively, but Hassan was taken off the front page leading up to and on election night, leaving Asman as the top streamer doing election coverage. If anything, on Twitch, oh yeah, it was a push to end, and the end of favor of Trump. It was literally Ethan's activism that pushed Asman's new coverage over Hassan's. And think about how scummy that is of Twitch to do that. If they were worried about being associated with controversial topics or you know, then you would think they would care about being associated with Asmongold's like pro-genocide takes.
YouTube, we all got so hard. There was years of
and it's wrong and it shouldn't have happened. And you should try to do anything you can to avoid a, you know, massive crash in creator income.
Dogs, I lost 90% of my ad revenue. When
you learned the wrong lessons from this shit.
I have sponsors at the time. That was like 100%.
You learned, you go after people's sponsors when they piss you off, when you can't win any other way. You just blow up the whole fucking spot and get another adpocalypse. Good job, Ethan. Good job.
That was all my.
What an asshole.
From that.
When the apocalypse was happening, were you mad at the people who pointed out that?
That's the first Horseman collaboration between liberal gays and Nick Fuentes. Yes.
Ads were on ISIS videos?
Yes.
The nuke headed for Hassan turned around, penetrated the Iron Dome, and it hit the Teddy Fresh offices. I'm sorry, but that is so incredibly hilarious. Of course, Ethan then went to Instagram to write, "I'm going to answer this because I've seen Eli getting enough from scumbags on the internet. This is someone she has had an existing relationship with.
Oh.
They have never had an issue with any of our conversations over the years. There is no reason for the shortness of the answer as they've been amicable and friendly until now. They're also a Hassan fan and active in online activist circles that target us. You like to hope that people can..."
Yeah, Frogan and Denims, the rest of them got a longer ban than Asmongold got. That's what a lot of this has become about. It's that he can't get to Hassan or hurt him. It's driving him actually crazy, and that's why he goes after other political streamers on Twitch.
Ties a personal relationship and see through the bullshit people say about us, but it's not always like that. Also, don't know why some of you guys have a hard time believing this. Brad Does Music was literally canceled for taking a picture with us and forced to...
Brad Taste in Music, is that who he's talking about?
This has been a constant issue for Israeli artists since October 7th. Yeah, if you run defense for the IDF and say that 2-year-old Palestinians are taught to kill Americans, this should happen to you. I mean, in the same episode, only minutes earlier, Ethan called out creators for Palestine because apparently raising $1.6 million is negligible and doesn't actually help people in Palestine. Take a wild guess as to who was one of the main organizers of that charity event.
Creators for Palestine raised $1.6 million. That's fantastic. Literally negligible. They've received billions of dollars. It's a good thing. Has $1.6 million had an outcome on anything happening in Gaza? Absolutely not. Has it helped people? Sure. Has it helped the actual like movement? No. Like raise money. That's good. That's the easiest thing you can do is just give money, right? Good. Let's talk about.
Wait, what is this? The subreddit Faux Moi? Like 4 million followers got called neo-Nazis by Ethan. Now they're posting so many horrendous clips. Like what, of his old clips?
About real activism. Let's talk about enacting meaningful change. Total failures.
Like, yeah, no wonder people don't want to work with you guys. Nearly 100 of some of the most popular YouTubers and Twitch streamers were a part of that. You're just guaranteeing that you're hated across the internet at that point.
It's not real activism. It didn't make a single difference in Gaza. He's lost his mind. It's crazy how much I used to look up to H3. They were the fathers of fair use, and now he's just sitting here crashing out for days on end because Hassan Piker won't watch his silly little class project. That $1.69 million, and I put the 9 there because it was 1.693 million, so it's pretty close to 1.7, so we'll round up. That $1.69 million helped so many individuals, and no, it absolutely did not solve the crisis. That's not what we set out to do. If we had the power to do that, we would have done that 1,000 times over, but no amount of YouTubers coming together is going to solve what's happening in Gaza. We wanted to do two things: use our platform to spread awareness and help in the ways that we can and raise the money that we can. And if you can't understand that, Ethan, if you can't like mentally understand that that's activism, you're an idiot. We pulled together creators from every single corner of the internet, people who have nothing in common, people who have never, ever talked about any political topic in public, and we got them to speak out about Palestine. The whole point was to get people who have never talked about these kinds of issues, who have never cared about these kinds of issues, and put them in front of them. And I think we did exactly that. From the Try Guys to Curtis Connors to everybody that we had together in that room, it reached so many corners of the internet and reached so many more people than we'd ever had before. That's activism. And then beyond that, VidCon was 2 weeks later, and I can't tell you how many creators came up to me and said, thank you for doing that, asked on how they could be a part of the next event we do, asked what they could do from their own communities and their own platform because they've been terrified to speak out. But seeing guys like Curtis Connor, seeing guys like the Try Guys put their whole platforms out there on the line and say, I don't care what the US government says about where they're going to send their dollars and who they're going to weaponize, I'm going to support this human rights violation. That's the activism, Ethan. It's using your platform to spread awareness. And on top of that, you're just implying that none of us did anything else. Lots of us marched at rallies. Lots of us spoke to our lawmakers, called our senators.
Yeah, I mean, this is a kind of criticism that you should never be, expected to answer. I mean,
called our local government officials and made it very...
This whole idea of like, oh yeah, you only raised $1.6 million for Palestine. You didn't do any good at all. Like, Ethan is such a just petty little bitch.
This is an issue to us. And here's a clip from his content nuke where he talks about how he donated $6,500 to Palestine.
Despite what you've read on TikTok and Twitter, I've donated $6,500 to a Palestinian charity.
Yeah, can capitalism be over yet? I mean... They keep on pushing it. Ethan's lies and arrogance are truly beyond the pale.
Hey, Ethan Klein, thank you for the dono. Ethan Klein gave $6,500.
When he was called out about this on Twitter and on Threads, he decided to come after Stanzi Potenza and go out of his way to say, how much money did you personally donate? That's such a stupid conversation point. So many creators, because I run Creators for Palestine. I see the back end. I see every donation. I can't tell you how many creators donated $10,000 plus $25,000 and more, but didn't make a public statement about it and didn't try and say, hey, look at me, I'm a good guy. I did something that's...
Is this kind of like the way that Ethan got a hold of a clip of Hassan talking about he met somebody who, thought that he could get into Gaza like after the ceasefire. And I don't know. There was some clip of somebody being like, yeah, Hassan's thinking of going to Gaza. Ethan just zeroes in on the thinking of going to Gaza. Anyone can think about going to Gaza. It's actually going to Gaza. That's the real thing. And Hassan hasn't gone to Gaza yet. I don't know. He just anything that he can find, anything that he can pick apart, right? It doesn't matter what you do. He's going to be like, oh yeah, why didn't you do this?
The most basic human necessity. Hey, I'm a millionaire, so I decided to give some of my money. And unlike Ethan, didn't make it a shield to say, hey, I don't have these horrible political beliefs. No, because I donated $6,500 to Palestine. Therefore, I made a difference. And then he's going to come out and criticize creators for Palestine. And for what? Ethan, I was a massive fan of you growing up. I can't tell you how much I looked up to you as the father of fair use and for dunking on horrible, cringy people on the internet, but you've become exactly what you were against back in the day. You have the kind of life people dream of. You're a multi-millionaire, you got your kids, you have everything you could want, and you spend every day sitting on the internet crying and whining and moaning. Get offline and get your mental health in order. You have absolutely lost it. And don't you dare ever disrespect creators for Palestine or any other charity again. When you're sitting there talking, you're calling us to do some real activism. What the hell have you done? Was your content new real activism? Was telling everybody that, oh my God, big reveal, Hassan Piker's a socialist. Of course he's a socialist. He's been a radical socialist the whole
This goes hard.
time. That's who he's been. That's not real activism either. So why don't you get off, go enjoy your millions of dollars, your wonderful life, and then do some real activism if you care about it, instead of sitting in your stupid podcast chair, yelling at your employees, treating everybody you know like crap, because Ethan, multiple people in your life haven't spoken to you because they're nervous of how you'd react in public, but privately, tons of your friends have talked to me and to others about how worried they are about you and your mental health because you've absolutely flying off the handle. Get it together.
Ethan then went to Instagram to try and make amends, I guess. But he really just doubled down. Oh look, another dipshit leftist lying about me on Twitter. Anyone remember me saying this yesterday? If I thought raising money is a bad thing, why would I donate $6,500 of my own money? By the way, since you bring it up, how much did you personally give? The fact is that raising money is negligible when you are helping the ethnic cleansing candidate win. This is a concept that is so obvious and easy to understand, but somehow when faced with criticism of their surface level and ineffective activism, they turn into lying baby brain propagandists. Ethan say money bad. Either you are dumb as or just a straight up liar. Either way, you scumbag. I have zero patience for anyone participating in this pathetic hate bandwagon. I'm not really sure what he means by helping the ethnic cleansing candidate win. I mean, he himself voted for Kamala. Wasn't she the vice president during the ethnic cleansing? And didn't she say that if she won the presidency, she would change nothing about what Joe Biden did in Palestine?
President Biden has tried unsuccessfully to end the war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. Would you do anything differently? For example, would you withhold some U.S. weapons shipments to Israel? That's what a lot of people on the progressive left want you to do.
Let me be very clear. I'm unequivocal and unwavering in my commitment to Israel's defense and its ability to defend itself. And that's not going to change. I've met with the families of the American hostages. Let's get the hostages out. Let's get the ceasefire done.
But no change in policy in terms of arms and so forth.
No, we have to get a deal done.
So in the end, the nuke did detonate, just on the wrong target. I mean, guys, you're big boys. There are consequences for your actions. And targeted hate and harassment campaigns against very popular people on the internet is probably not going to end well, especially when you yourself, over the past year and a half, have really just been a bad faith actor in this whole Israel-Palestine discussion. You say you're pro-Palestine, but almost every day you talk shit about people that are pro-Palestine. You say you don't support the Israeli government, but whenever they bomb a hospital, you say, there's no way they did that.
Their bases are under hospitals. They shoot from schools. They embed themselves in the civilian population. They even dress as civilians when they fight.
Yeah, everything that he's saying is something that's used to justify continued crimes against humanity.
You're obviously under the impression that Hassan hate videos get clicks, and you're not wrong. But a dead horse can only be beaten for so long before it becomes a rotten puddle of goo. Thank you for watching, and
and with that rotten puddle of goo, I bring you, I guess, more Crash Out? This is who was at Hassan's house around the time Ethan Klein visited. He saw Hassan's Turkish mom and thought she was an undocumented Mexican housekeeper. What a racist imbecile. Amazing how quick him and his team deleted the accusation out of the VOD.
I met her. She's a lovely Hispanic lady.
And I haven't been losing a lot of weight, except for the past couple of weeks. Like, the more proximity I have to my parents being here and living with me, the easier it gets to actually lose weight. People are saying that people can't buy these on the website. That's my brother.
Oh, your bro.
Yeah.
She doesn't speak English. She cleans and cooks, works full time, I believe. Hassan grunts and uses Google to talk to her.
My dad communicates in the United States of America with grunts. Okay? Outside of the house, first of all, he's only speaking Turkish. But outside of the house, he's just grunting. Like, he never speaks English. He can speak English, refuses to.
Okay. She seems to not be on his utopian socialist pay plan, where everyone is entitled to the means of their production. She frees up a ton of time for Hassan to stream, works in his home, very clearly part of his production. Judging for what I saw, she's probably making slightly above minimum wage. It just shows the obvious hypocrisy and total insincerity of Hassan's socialism. He also tells everyone that visits to never mention her for, quote, obvious reasons. Literally, I don't care about sharing anything confidential because it's pretty clearly expressed our friendship was a farce.
They were never going to... Oh, my God.
What is this?
Scum art. He's very quick with it. The fastest in the fucking game.
Oh, Ethan mistook this housekeeper who doesn't speak English is for his mom. He's so racist. He can't tell the difference between a migrant Hispanic lady and Hassan's mom.
No, that's not water. It's a Pocari Sweat. It's like a Gatorade. Doesn't have to be. I mean, it would be better if it's cold. Yes. Şekerlama baba. Haberin olsun. Anyway, there's a lot of movement happening. What is going on, Mom? Oh my God. I don't know what the fuck is going on. She left the garage, the gate, the doors that are like out to the public just open. Just left every door open and was calling me simply to inform me that every door is open. I'm like, Mom, you have the keys. Like, you literally left the gate key. You left all the gates open and you're just informing me that you left the gates open. There's 2 dogs in the house.
Yeah, 2 dogs.
But anyway, it wasn't his mom.
You've explained to me the situation.
But anyway, it wasn't his mom. Because I was shocked, frankly, when I saw
the original stream.
Her. So I asked him questions. I was like, like, how do you, like, is she, I think she's undocumented, which is, I don't know that for sure, but that was my impression, because he said he got the recommendation from someone he knows. And not that there's anything, in my opinion, wrong with hiring undocumented workers for certain things. But
yeah, the other thing about this is him stressing that this person is undocumented. It sounds like an invitation to ICE.
It's funny because people say, oh, Ethan's being sued by his employee. And now he's talking about Hassan has a migrant. Well, I'll tell you this. At least my employee can sue me. His undocumented worker has no legal recourse. He's just got to shut up and fucking smile.
That is an interesting point. Like, I understand. Like, so
if
I mean, obviously,
if I really wanted to take advantage of people, I would have got myself an undocumented worker to clean my house.
Right. So you've explained to me the situation with your former.
They really think his mom is the one cooking all that chicken, as if she's not a sentient being with life of her own. They think she's in his house 24/7, day in, day out, cooking his meals, if she has no blow life.
Same shit that Donald Trump did when he turned around and said, what?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the president hasn't spoken yet with...
My mom's doing an online class and an online lecture, and apparently her students can hear me.
Surprising, less than 2
she
weeks
can't
into
wear
an administration.
headphones.
He hasn't called every foreign leader yet. He certainly would love to
So I
spend
gotta
more
be
time
more
talking to foreign
quiet
leaders.
for the time being.
You know, his first love is...
Ethan obviously implied Hassan told him he has a personal chef. Actually, no, I met her. She's his housekeeper that does everything for him.
Hell yeah, brother. Thank you, Mom.
Aw.
Listening to it over here so we can be on the same frequency.
What is this, dude?
What do you mean?
That's at 6 minutes.
Mom, I'm gaming with T-Pain.
The shitty thing about the cruise is
I'm gonna do MasterChef style. Okay, are you ready?
It's a surprise.
That's it?
That's it. It's mom's surprise.
You're not gonna tell me? What is it? You said it's curry based?
Yes, it's a curry of some sort, but it's something just very simple, actually. It's a simple curry, let's say.
Have you peaked?
Yes, chef. So how did I do, chef?
No, Mom, this is really good. This is really good. It's delicious. Thank you. Okay. It's stunning. It's delicious. It's scrumptious. It's gorgeous.
Afiyet olsun. You want
So,
Diet Coke?
I have one here. Thank you.
Okay, good.
All right. My mom is so cute. Some of my haters will like see something fake about me and get mad. Like they'll be like, "Oh, dude, you didn't pay your editor, or you didn't pay your producer," and then they get
You didn't pay your.
Oh well, this
you
is
didn't,
a lot about
You didn't pay your chicken.
society that I could believe it.
Lady.
It's like no, it doesn't say anything about.
Okay, so let's see. I think I have one more. In this cut of H3 stream, Ethan seems to try to sick ice on an undocumented Hispanic worker who is most likely Hassan Piker's Turkish mother, who is there legally, but he's too racist to know the difference.
But anyway, it wasn't his mom.
You've explained to me the situation.
But anyway, it wasn't his mom. Because I was shocked, frankly, when I saw her. So I asked him questions. I was like, how do you, is she, I think she's undocumented, which is, I don't know that for sure, but that was my impression. Because he said he got the recommendation from someone he knows. And not that there's anything, in my opinion, wrong with hiring undocumented workers for certain things. But it's funny because people say, oh, Ethan's being sued by his employee. And now he's talking about Hassan has a migrant. Well, I'll tell you this. At least my employee can sue me. His undocumented worker has no legal recourse. He's just got to shut up and fucking smile.
That is an interesting point. Like, I understand. So,
If
I mean, obviously,
if I really wanted to take advantage of people, I would have got myself an undocumented worker to clean my house.
Right. So you've
you've
explained to me the situation with your former.
Oh, wait, what the fuck is this? He struggles not to say the N-word for 2 minutes? What is this? I don't even know if I want to see this. Omega Star, thank you for the gifted sub to Pyrophori. Pyrophori, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Oh my god, no. Yeah, what is going on with Ethan? Hey, what is going on with my Patreon? I should thank them. Thank you, Patreon. Everybody who is a Patreon of mine, you get the videos before anyone else. Speaking of which, I should be editing one of those very soon. You get it uncensored and unredacted. You get the early version of the video before anybody else does. So that is a benefit of membership at any level. At the $5 level and above, you get a fancy shout out. So let me do those now. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Shakespeare. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Moe Noe. Shouts out to Magoggles. Shouts out to Just Julie. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. Shouts out to Animus. The Ethan Rap. There's an Ethan Rap. And a fancy shout out to Zara Zarek, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. There's an Ethan Rap? What is this? Is this real? Ethan Klein rap? What is the Ethan rap? He's following Destiny's footsteps with a rap? Wait, does he rap against Hassan's, like, AI? Is it one of those things? What am I missing? Where does this exist? Is it Ethan Klein rap AI Hassan? There's the toxic gossip. No, it's... Video up there. Oh, the 2-minute one. Oh, it's on the screen. Oh, shit. I'm all like, where's this video at? Wait, didn't we just watch this? No, this is the one where he says they... Does he not... Okay.
Oh, here we go.
I'm just...
People say now when I talk
The reason I skipped it was that I was worried that somehow he would say the N-word.
about Hassan, I'm Kendrick Lamar talking about Drake. Which I'll fucking take that. I hate the way that you walk, the way that you talk. I hate the way that you dress. And I hate the way that he sneak disses, which he does.
Oh.
When I catch flight, it will be direct, which is true. That's me.
You're just like Kendrick Lamar.
I mean, as far as these lyrics go, yeah.
Yeah.
You got the same
I get
genes.
confused sometimes.
Also, I'm a good rapper.
Yeah, no question.
That's true.
Are you?
I'm very creative and I'm a good rapper.
Okay. Okay.
Also, Dan, I'm for the culture.
That I
On God.
I don't think I should say that.
Zach, why do you do this?
I don't know if that's offensive, but it feels offensive. It just didn't feel right.
Yo, Hassan, how's that Gucci bag? Where are you drinking?
Oh no.
You've got those 1,200 jeans on.
Oh no.
Shit. You broke. You dumb. You went well. You're not broke, actually. You have money, but you pretend like you're poor. And your dad probably had... Oh, and also, Hassan, you've had sex with a...
Shut up.
E-Dot in the house. Yeah. Okay, Hassan. You say you're a socialist. Let's go. Oh no. Here comes a capitalist boy. He's got the fat story on his side.
What? How is this real?
Okay. So Marx says you gotta own the means of capitalism, but he's just a dumb loser fuck. What did he ever do in his life except sit at home and cry and bitch and write a fucking book? Marx is a loser. He's dumb fucking bitch. Try shaving your beard. He's a Jewish self-hating Jew, and he's got no fucking...
Oh my god.
Hey.
No, I'm serious.
Don't come for the
Look,
beard.
Marx, he fucking hated Jewish people.
Hold on.
Oh, Mark.
I know somebody else who
Got owned.
Hold on.
had some very unkind words.
Beard.
I just shredded.
You just...
Oh my god.
Oh, here we go.
How is that a thing?
People say now when I talk about Hassan, I'm Kendrick Lamar talking about...
Oh my god. I didn't know that the cringe could exceed the levels of saturation that it did, and now I've just got stuff to think about. I've got a ton of stuff to think about. Every day he lowers the bar further than I thought possible. I don't understand. He did a very good job at not saying the N-word. Yeah, I was worried about that, actually. That was my main concern. Because it's Ethan Klein. I mean, come on. All right, chat. It's hit that hour. I must bid you adieu for the tonight. I will try to stay on frame more. I'm sorry, I didn't realize I need to turn my camera or something. I'm like out of frame here. Yeah, if you ever see me like that, feel free to mention. Feel free to complain if you want to. Because I could honestly use the feedback if that's going on. I'm gonna turn into a pumpkin, just about, but yeah, I gotta get to sleep. I will see you again tomorrow. Hopefully, yeah, we can cover some more politics, because there's a lot of that to get through. And a lot of the politics is as fucking wild as any of this drama. Anyway, much love, everybody. Good night. Hit that button. Boom.